inquiétude sur sa solidité. Alors concrètement, est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire qu'est-ce qui vous fait dire que cet accord est un bon accord? Est-ce que vous estimez qu'il y a assez de garanties de la part des Iraniens? Et est-ce que vous pensez qu'il peut déboucher sur un accord de long terme aussi satisfaisant que celui de 2015? Et juste pour compléter, le président Trump tout à l'heure a menacé de bombarder à nouveau l'Iran. Est-ce que c'est à prendre au sérieux selon vous? Et est-ce que ça traduit aussi une forme de fragilité de la situation?
Je pense que parfois, il y a des mots qui sont pris, ou des formules, moi, dont je comprends le sens, parce que je connais le caractère, qui est au fond de restaurer sa crédibilité en disant qu'il y a des capacités de dissuasion. C'est ça ce que veut dire le président Trump, quand il dit ça, de la même manière que quand il peut dire des choses sur les tarifs. C'est pour rappeler que les États-Unis ont une capacité de dissuasion. Nous le savons. Je pense qu'il ne faut pas l'interpréter comme une menace de court terme. Voilà, donc c'est important. Il y a un accord qui a été signé. Il y avait beaucoup de gens pour dire qu'il ne fallait pas signer d'accord. Moi, je pense que cet accord est une bonne chose. Et c'est pourquoi nous le soutenons. Et d'ailleurs, c'est pourquoi il a été soutenu par tous les pays du G7+. Est-ce qui règle tout de suite? Non. Mais continuer le combat, c'était quoi? Avoir pour des mois Hormuz fermé, prendre le risque de détruire des capacités de pétrole et de gaz qui, là, auraient tout déséquilibré pour des mois, voire des années, continuer la perte de vie et la situation qui est inacceptable au Liban et l'effondrement de toute la région. Donc on a une responsabilité humanitaire, politique, économique. Donc cet accord qui met fin au combat partout, du détroit d'Ormuz au Liban, c'est une bonne chose. Donc moi je le soutiens, je pense qu'il est nécessaire et c'est très bien qu'il y ait ce soutien du G7+, derrière la décision américaine. Elle est sage. Deuxième chose, il faut que tout le monde suive cet accord. Et donc au premier chef, l'Iran, qui a pris l'engagement, y compris durant les 60 jours de la première phase, de rouvrir sans péage le détroit d'Ormuz. Évidemment d'arrêter les combats. Et que derrière toutes les parties prenantes aussi ne reprennent pas les combats au Liban. Et ça c'est clé. L'Iran, le Hezbollah, et derrière aussi Israël. Je ne mets pas un signe égal. Enfin, je dis juste que qui que ce soit, les combats ne doivent pas reprendre, ça doit être la paix. Et ensuite, la clé, c'est en effet de finaliser un bon accord sur le nucléaire, les activités balistiques et les risques régionaux. Et donc c'est exactement ce sur quoi le travail va se concentrer dans les prochaines semaines, avec un rôle important de l'Agence internationale de l'énergie atomique, avec un rôle important des quelques pays qui sont des garants du JCPOA et des sanctions internationales, et la France y jouera son rôle. Donc moi je pense que c'est vraiment la meilleure situation possible qu'on peut avoir aujourd'hui. Est-ce qu'elle règle tout? Non. Est-ce qu'il y a des risques? Oui, comme dans toute situation. Mais c'est important, nous, de mettre la pression pour la soutenir, parce que c'est celle qui permet le plus sûrement d'avoir la paix et le plus sûrement de retrouver un chemin de prospérité.
Bonjour Monsieur le Président, Dalal Maouad Al-Arabi TV. Je reprends un peu la question de mon confrère sur l'accord avec l'Iran. Pour être plus précise, avez-vous eu des garanties de la part du président américain sur l'élimination du stock d'uranium enrichi? Et s'il y a des garanties, quelles sont ces garanties? Parce que Donald Trump affirme qu'il n'y a pas d'urgence sur ce sujet. Et puis sur le Liban, l'Iran menace de se retirer de l'accord si Israël ne respecte pas le cessez-le-feu ou se retire. Donc encore une question, quelle garantie les États-Unis vous ont donné à cet égard? Merci.
Sur l'uranium enrichi, ce sera évidemment un des sujets clés de l'accord sur le nucléaire qui doit être finalisé au plus tard sous 60 jours. Nous connaissons les modalités, soit de la dilution sur place, soit du transfert sous l'autorité de l'AIEA. Il y a plusieurs modalités techniques, mais la question, évidemment, fera partie des questions qui doivent être résolues pour qu'il y ait un accord sur le nucléaire. Simplement, elle se fera à l'issue de ces 60 jours et du processus qui s'ouvre. Ce que je pense voulait dire le président Trump, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, c'est la question du cessez-le-feu, de la réouverture d'Ormuz et de la paix au Liban. Mais donc les 2 mois qui viennent sont des mois durant lesquels on va régler cette question. Elle ne peut pas être laissée ouverte, évidemment, de même que la surveillance sur les activités d'enrichissement potentiel à venir, de surveillance de tous les sites et de remise en ordre d'un travail exhaustif de l'AIEA. Sur le Liban, nous connaissons la situation. Et donc, on sait exactement ce qu'il faut faire. C'est très compliqué. Ça ne se fera pas du jour au lendemain. Il ne faut plus que l'Iran frappe le territoire. Il ne faut plus que le Hezbollah lance des activités sur le sol libanais ou depuis le sol libanais contre Israël. Il ne faut plus qu'Israël réagisse immédiatement. Donc, c'est un appel au calme de tous pour arrêter les frappes et ce qui touche la population civile. Cesser le feu. Ensuite, la clé, c'est le soutien au président Aoun, au Premier ministre Salam, alors à son gouvernement et aux forces armées libanaises. Et c'est de leur permettre de mettre en œuvre ce à quoi ils se sont engagés avec beaucoup de courage et de constance, c'est-à-dire le monopole des armes aux forces armées libanaises et la restauration de leur autorité sur tout le territoire. Et donc il faut absolument que cessent ces bombardements pour que progressivement, sur déjà tout le territoire Nord-Litanie, les forces armées libanaises aient repris la totalité du contrôle, tiennent les choses et que le calme revienne, puis progressivement qu'on ait un mécanisme à travers des zones progressives, comme on l'avait fait il y a 2 ans sans doute, nous puissions avoir des forces armées libanaises qui reprennent progressivement le contrôle de leur propre territoire et que la communauté internationale fasse respecter la souveraineté du Liban. Voilà, donc à court terme en tout cas, on connaît les protagonistes et c'est un appel à leur responsabilité. L'Iran, évidemment, a une responsabilité éminente, c'est elle qui doit veiller au fait que ni elle-même directement, ni le Hezbollah ne viennent dégrader la situation. Et Israël aussi a une responsabilité en respectant ce cessez-le-feu pour ce qui la concerne. Et je sais que ça a été l'objet aussi de beaucoup de discussions entre le président Trump et le Premier ministre Netanyahou. Le président Trump, en tout cas, a été très clair sur ce point, avec notre plein soutien.
Bonjour Monsieur le Président, Julien Lécuyer du journal La Voix du Nord. Certains Français s'interrogent sur la manière dont vous déroulez le tapis rouge à Donald Trump. Vous l'avez rappelé vous-même, vous le citez 3 fois dans cette déclaration commune pour le féliciter pour un accord dont les contours sont plus qu'incertains et dont le risque est qu'il nous ramène à une situation bien pire qu'avant la guerre. Il y a ce dîner à Versailles que vous justifiez par l'anniversaire des 250 ans de l'indépendance, sans que certains, là aussi en France, ne puissent s'empêcher d'y lire une nouvelle entreprise de séduction. Monsieur le Président, n'en faites-vous pas trop à l'égard d'un président qui peut changer d'avis dans l'heure, voire menacer la France de rétorsion économique? Monsieur le Président, est-ce que c'est l'idée que vous faites d'un rapport de force? Merci.
Merci pour votre question. Vous savez, si je n'avais pas tenu de manière constante les positions qui ont été les miennes durant les derniers mois, vous pourriez avoir un doute sur les rapports de force, for sure. Mais quand il s'est agi de la sécurité du Danemark et de la question du Groenland, quand il s'est agi de l'intégrité territoriale de l'Ukraine et de la paix et de la sécurité en Europe, quand il s'est agi de nos producteurs, je n'ai jamais été ambigu ni faible. J'ai toujours été clair dans l'expression de mes désaccords. Très clair. Soit à Washington, soit à Davos ou ailleurs. Mais j'ai toujours maintenu le dialogue, parce que c'est ça la diplomatie. Si la diplomatie, ça n'est que recevoir des gens avec qui vous êtes totalement d'accord, la question que poseront vos successeurs, c'est au fond à quoi servent ces réunions? Vous savez que vous êtes d'accord avec ces gens, ça ne sert à rien de les voir. Regardez tous les sujets que j'évoque depuis tout à l'heure. Si nous n'avions pas vu aujourd'hui le président Trump, son équipe, si pendant les 2 derniers jours, on n'avait pas tenu ce G7, où en serions-nous sur l'IA? Un clash constant, parce que sinon ce monde ne se parle que par tweet ou par déclaration de presse interposée. Et donc quand on reconverge, quand on arrive à dire on est d'accord sur l'IA, j'ai été le premier à dire quand je pensais que ce n'était pas approprié de faire des frappes unilatérales sans objectif clair. Il y a une paix qui est signée avec des objectifs clairs, le Liban qui est dedans, la dénucléarisation, enfin en tout cas des garanties claires sur le nucléaire. Je suis d'accord, je soutiens. Sur l'Ukraine, on soutient l'intégrité territoriale, on soutient avec force leur rééquipement des sanctions sur la Russie, on se réengage. Quelque chose se passe. Sur l'intelligence artificielle, on reconverge. Oui, quelque chose se passe. Chacun a son style ensuite. Et je ne le commande pas. Mais je pense que le rôle de la France, c'est de tenir tête et d'assumer sa voix quand il y a des désaccords ou que ses intérêts ne sont pas pris en compte. Mais c'est aussi d'être accueillante, de savoir honorer ses invités Et je le fais, somme toute, du Premier ministre indien, en passant par le président indonésien, au président du Kenya ou du Nigeria, jusqu'au président américain. Parce que je pense que la force de la France, c'est aussi cela. Et nos grandes actions diplomatiques se sont aussi tenues par des capacités à bien accueillir le monde ou les autres grands dirigeants. Ça passe par là aussi. Et n'ayons pas honte de ce que nous sommes. Versailles est un instrument diplomatique et un instrument de puissance. Et vous savez quoi? Je l'ai utilisé dès juin 2017. Il y a eu des choses qu'on a obtenues. Puis après, ça ne s'est pas aussi bien passé que ça avec le président que j'ai accueilli en juin 2017. En tout cas, je l'assume totalement. Parce qu'à chaque fois, en tenant une position de fermeté ou en réengageant et en accueillant avec chaleur, je défends les intérêts de mon pays. C'est ça ce qui compte. Et quand je défends les intérêts de notre pays, de la France, j'ai à cœur de le faire en accueillant bien les gens, en faisant en sorte qu'ils soient bienveillants avec nous et que derrière, ils prennent les bonnes décisions pour nous. Je crois que c'est ce que les Français attendent de moi. Et au fond, je suis comme les Bleus. Que je joue à l'extérieur ou à domicile, mon but, c'est de marquer des buts. Voilà. Et quand j'accueille des équipes, j'essaie de bien les accueillir.
Bon, à la fin de cette conférence de presse, merci beaucoup.
Il y a une toute dernière question.
Ah, ok.
Ce n'est pas le...
Merci, Président, Monsieur le Président. C'est avec plaisir que je suis là et je pose des questions au nom aussi des autres journalistes de mon pays, le Brésil. Je suis correspondante en Europe pour Globo, chaîne de télévision du Brésil. Votre équipe m'a dit déjà que vous voyez Président Lula comme un interlocuteur important avec le Sud global, avec les BRICS spécialement, mais le Brésil n'a pas signé la majorité des déclarations de ces sommets, de ces G7. Il y a une interprétation selon laquelle c'était tout pour avoir l'unité avec le président Donald Trump, avec un discours d'antagonisme contre la Chine et aussi en laissant à côté des questions très importantes. Les rôles des ONU, la crise climatique. Que répondez-vous à ces critiques? Êtes-vous déçu avec la position du Brésil? Et juste pour finir, est-ce que vous avez discuté avec Lula aussi l'interdiction des importations de viande brésilienne par l'Union européenne? Merci.
Alors, sur votre deuxième question, c'est une décision ponctuelle du commissaire européen et qui fait bien son travail. C'est-à-dire qu'en fait, il contrôle si les règles sanitaires pour protéger le consommateur européen sont respectées. Quand elles ne sont pas respectées, il interdit ou il refait des contrôles. C'est ce que j'ai toujours défendu. Parce que vous êtes dans une région aussi qui a un gros potentiel agricole. Comment vous voulez, moi, que je dise à mes producteurs, tu n'as pas le droit d'utiliser tel ou tel antibiotique pour produire de la viande ou du lait, puis on va importer de la viande ou du lait qui vient du bout du monde qui l'utilise. On va me dire, vous êtes fous. Et le président Lula, c'est un grand leader social et environnemental. Nous aussi. Et nous, on le fait. Donc, le commissaire européen a raison et on contrôle. Après, sur votre deuxième question, j'ai envie de dire c'est plutôt au président Lula qu'il faut la poser. C'est à lui de dire s'il s'engage. Moi, je vais vous dire de manière très pragmatique ce qu'on a fait. Soit on dit on veut aller sur tous les sujets où on sait qu'on n'est pas d'accord avec les États-Unis d'Amérique. Sur le climat, on sait qu'on n'est pas d'accord. Sur le rôle de l'ONU ou du Board of Peace, on sait qu'on n'est pas d'accord. C'est aussi un des sujets sur lesquels j'ai tenu tête. On a essayé de les ouvrir. Quand ça ne marche pas, on ne va pas faire du 6+1, sinon ça ne sert à rien de faire un G7. Et là, on fait même un G7+. Par contre, moi, je pense que ça a beaucoup de valeur d'avoir les États-Unis d'Amérique qui signent avec nous un texte sur les minerais critiques et les chaînes de valeur. Énorme valeur. Et c'est l'intérêt du Brésil de le signer avec les États-Unis d'Amérique. Il ne faut pas faire de mauvaise politique en la matière. Parce que là, on est beaucoup plus fort. Et je vous dis une chose, ce G7 n'a jamais été à aucun moment anti-chinois. Parce que ce n'est pas la position de la France. Ça, c'est inacceptable de dire ça. Nous sommes conscients des différences que nous avons avec la Chine, en particulier nos rapports aux valeurs démocratiques, des désaccords qu'on peut avoir là aussi, mais il y a toujours une politique de respect. On veut simplement réduire nos dépendances. Mais il n'y a pas de conflit, ce n'est pas un G7 anti-chinois du tout. Ça n'a pas été du tout l'esprit d'ailleurs. Mais on avance, et donc moi je trouve que signer un texte avec les États-Unis d'Amérique sur les minerais critiques, sur le cancer, sur Ebola, sur les partenariats internationaux, sur le commerce, sur l'IA, ça a beaucoup de valeur. Et mieux que ça, on avait des doutes en commençant. Est-ce qu'on sera d'accord sur le Proche et Moyen-Orient? Est-ce qu'on sera d'accord sur l'Ukraine? C'est pour ça qu'il n'y avait pas de rédaction antérieure. Tout le travail qui a été fait avant-hier soir et hier, ça a été de recréer les convergences. D'où cette atmosphère positive. Et ces convergences, on les a mis dans le dur. Et on a signé avec les États-Unis un texte de paix au Proche et Moyen-Orient, d'exigence de paix pour le Liban, pour empêcher le nucléaire iranien, et un texte de soutien à l'Ukraine inédit. Ça a énormément de valeur. Donc je défends cette méthode parce qu'elle produit des résultats, elle est bonne. Voilà, mesdames et messieurs, je remercie une fois encore toutes les équipes qui ont permis cela et ces avancées, pour moi, très importantes. C'était un grand honneur d'être là, au nom de la France, pour ce deuxième G7 que nous avions organisé ces dernières années. Et je veux aussi avoir un mot pour nos amis et voisins suisses qui nous ont aidés à organiser ce G7 et qui ont eu aussi beaucoup de logistique à assurer et des éléments divers et variés à tenir. Et donc, je voudrais vraiment leur dire un très grand merci pour cette coopération. Voilà, mesdames et messieurs, un grand merci. Bon courage.
Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Microphone test. Okay.
Test.
Test, 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 test.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a lot of press. That's good. We had a great event. This was something very special. And I want to thank President Macron, Bridget, his really lovely wife, fantastic person, for welcoming us to France for an extremely successful G7 summit. I would say it's one of the most successful. And this meeting could not have come at a better time. On Sunday, we reached an agreement with Iran that achieves everything we set out to accomplish, everything and much more. Ending the current conflict, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. That's what it was all about. That was about 99%. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They can't develop it, buy it. They can never have a nuclear weapon. At the same time, with this announcement, or close to it, as people started to think it was going to happen, when Iran was making some very positive statements, the stock market has surged to record highs, picking up thousands of points over the last short period of time, thousands of points. And oil is dropping like it has never dropped before, at levels that went in numbers, down $7, down $8. They've never seen anything like that. But if we didn't do this deal, we could have dropped more bombs for another 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 years. You would never have the Hormuz Strait open. You would never have success. Your market would have, instead of going up at levels that nobody's ever seen before, would go down at levels that nobody ever saw before, maybe except for 1929 or whatever. And you know, all the tough guys don't realize that this wasn't a 3-month deal. This was years in the making. You know why? Because I was the one that killed General Soleimani. And if I didn't kill General Soleimani, we probably wouldn't be talking right now about this deal, because he was a mad genius. They never were able to replace him. But a lot of people forget that. The tough guys, you know, the tough guys that would drive the country right down the tubes. The past 2 days have provided a chance to discuss the details of this historic agreement with many of our closest friends and allies, including the G7 nations and many presidents and prime ministers. As you saw, Prime Minister Modi was here. We had a long talk. He's a great guy. They are thrilled that we made a deal, every one of them. There's not one nation that came to us and said, please, sir, keep dropping bombs on them. Please keep dropping bombs. The stupid people say that. But I'm thrilled to report, and by the way, those last 2 days were brutal. $200 million worth of bombs. And, you know, it is expensive too, by the way, aside from everything else. And they knew I was coming for a third night. We informed them we're coming for a third night. They didn't have their Navy, it's sunk. They didn't have their Air Force, it's gone, not one plane. They didn't have anti-aircraft equipment, so we got free reign. They didn't have their leaders, but they have a new group of leaders that I think is Actually, I think they're smarter. I think they're very smart. I think they're far less radicalized, and I think they're really good. They love their country. You know, you talk about regime change. Nobody will say that, but I guess that's, look, their one set of leaders is all gone. Their second set of leaders is all gone. Their third set of leaders a little bit gone, but for the most part, and frankly, I think that's regime change. I think they're going to behave much differently. I think they see a different way of life that they were never exposed to. So the one thing I didn't want to see is I didn't want to see economic catastrophe. If you kept this going, that could have happened. But all I know is every time we talked about the possibility of peace, the stock market shot up like a rocket ship. It never went down. They didn't like it. The people, you know, the stock market is more brilliant than anybody there is, including the people on the stage, other than me, of course. Let's see. I don't know. What do you think, Scott? Is the stock market more brilliant than you?
No, sir.
Oh, that's a terrible statement. All right. The stock market is quite brilliant. And every time we said something amazing, like we're going to settle, it would go up. And every time we said something negative, like, guess what, we're not going to be able to settle, it would go down very big, Peter, right? Very, very big. Tells you something. And you know, I've studied presidents, some good, some bad, some great. Not too many are great. And some really bad. We had one just recently. And the one president I did not want to be was the late, great Herbert Hoover. I didn't want that. And who knows what would have happened. But bad things happen. So the past 2 days have provided a chance to discuss the details of the deal with the closest friends and allies, heads of countries. They were all here, a lot of them. Far more than the 7, as you know, a lot of them. And they put out a statement. I think President Macron, who did a great job, by the way, did a really fan, him and Bridget, they did a great job. But they all put out statements saying they love this deal because they want to see it over. And they love the fact that the hormones, don't forget, if we were going to drop bombs, let's say we went another month, another 2, 3 months, maybe weeks, could be another 3 months, could be whatever. What do you have left? Got maybe nothing, but you don't have, the strait will never be open because people that own billion-dollar ships, these ships cost $1 billion. They don't like sailing ships or having their ships participate when you go up the coast and you go through the strait and there are rockets flying over your head. They want to protect their $1 billion investment. You wouldn't have oil for maybe years. These are stupid people. But nobody was tougher than me. Nobody hit Soleimani. You know, when I hit Soleimani, people thought that was the biggest thing to happen in the Middle East for 50 years. That was the biggest event. He was the boss of Iran and respected, but he was a mad genius. He was a genius, the father of the roadside bomb. When you see young men, and in some cases women, mostly men, walking around without legs, without arms, with a face that's been blown to smithereens, it's Soleimani, 95%, 96.2 they say or something, 95%. That was Soleimani did it. Happened to come from Iran, and I blew him up. You remember that? I blew him up in the Valley of Death. He got off his plane and we followed him. And in all fairness, because they've been wonderful to me, Israel, but they didn't want to do that attack. They were all set the night before the attack. They informed me they didn't want to do it, so I had to make a decision. I made the decision to do it. But it was a joint venture, as we say in the real estate business. That was a joint venture between Israel and us. We studied it for a month. We knew what plane he was going to be on. Almost a month before, he only traveled on commercial airliners, big ones with lots of people, because he knew we wouldn't shoot him down. They're very smart. But we knew he was going to be on that plane. Followed him. And then Israel informed me that they won't do it. And I had to make a decision. I had some very good generals, and not the ones you see on television, very good. And I want to thank also Pete Hegseth and General Raisin Kane, who's phenomenal. Okay, these guys are phenomenal. They can't be better. But I had some good generals, and I said to them, well, if Israel's not going to do it, we're all prepared. Do we do it? Do you like doing it or not? He said, sure. If you want to do it, we can do it. How well? We'll do it just as well or better. Do it ourselves. We don't need anybody. So we took out Soleimani. One of the biggest events to happen, the Middle East, maybe ever, but they say 50 years, they say 100 years. I was with the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He said it's maybe the biggest event that has ever taken place. It's like nobody could believe it. So that's when it started. It didn't start like 3 or 4 or 5 weeks ago. And Obama wouldn't do it. What Obama did was he did the JCPOA. He loaded up a plane with $1.7 billion in green cash from banks all over Washington, Maryland, and Virginia. They were stripped of all their cash. They had no cash to do payrolls. It all went into a Boeing 757, a wonderful plane, and they flew it to Iran. And they gave it out to people. They bribed people. They thought they were going to get it done. Then they gave billions and billions of dollars after that. And they got a deal that was a road to a nuclear weapon. I get so angry, I guess. I'm allowed to get angry. When I watch the Democrats, they talk about it all the time. We had this deal done. You had a deal that was going to give them, legally, a nuclear weapon. And if that happened, Israel would have been blown away. And in all fairness to Bibi Netanyahu, who happens to be a good man, gets a little excited sometimes. But he happens to be a very good man. We've had an amazing partnership. He's been an amazing prime minister. We have a little dispute over Lebanon. I say, you can do a little softer touch, Bibi. You don't have to knock down a building every time somebody walks into it that's from Hezbollah. But it's been an amazing partnership. But he will say, we're the big partner, and he's the very small partner, and that's true. So he came to the country, and he begged Barack Hussein Obama, the president, not to do the JCPOA. He said it could be the end of Israel, and it would have been if I didn't come along. And Obama didn't listen to him. Bibi actually went to Congress and pleaded with them, and he got nowhere. And they had this horrible deal that was horrible for Israel, and that's where it stood. And then I came along and I terminated that deal. It had very little time left. You know, it was a short-term deal. You know, with countries, you need hundreds of years. You don't need 8 years and 9 years. This isn't like you're signing a lease on a candy store in the corner. You need hundreds of years. This was a short-term lease. It expired long ago. Had I let it run, it expired. You wouldn't have been around. A lot of people wouldn't have been around. But Israel would have been terminated. I think the whole Middle East would have been terminated. You saw that when everybody was shocked that all these missiles, they were aimed at these different places. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE. Think of it. Bahrain, Kuwait. They got hit. Nobody thought that was, even I didn't think it was going to happen. They didn't think it was going to happen. They were going to take out the entire Middle East, including Israel. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it within moments after getting it. So I made it very tough for them when I terminated the Barack Hussein Obama catastrophe. JCPOA, one of the worst deals. NAFTA might have been worse, but that was worse economically. This deal was really dangerous, what he did. He gave them everything, including a lot of money, which we don't give them, by the way, just in case you have any question. We'll be giving this out so you can read it and you can see. And it's a memorandum of understanding. If it doesn't get done in 60 days, that's all right. We go back to bombing. You know, I don't want to do that because it's so good. But we might have to because we're never going to let them have a nuclear weapon. But they've agreed not to, and you'll see that very clearly in the agreement. But then the second phase of that was they were building, or they were enriching material, as they say. I call it nuclear dust. They were enriching material under granite mountains. Granite being, for those not in the construction business, granite being a very strong, the strongest stone. It's not as pretty as marble, but it's much stronger. It's a lot stronger. Like the new granite I put on the stairs of the White House going to the Oval Office, the black granite. It's rated 1 million years plus. No marble's rated that. Marble's rated 100 years if it's outside. So these are granite mountains. And the B-2s came along and they hit those air shafts in the dark at 1 o'clock in the morning with no moon. They had a beam going right up everywhere. Those guys did a job, and then they were criticized by certain members of the press, like CNN, for possibly not doing that much damage. And it turned out that the damage was far greater. Those mountains collapsed right on top of everything. Nobody's going to get that for a long time unless we want to get it. We'll get it. But we're the only ones that can. And they say China has the equipment to get it, and we have the equipment to get it. And it's actually not valuable. Not a lot of value, but we'd like to get it psychologically, but nobody's touching it. We also have cameras. That's what Space Force is. We have the greatest military in the world, by the way. But I'm proud of Space Force because I started it. We have Space Force cameras on every single door, well, there are no doors. They've been pretty well shattered, but every area of that. If somebody walks in, and he's got a badge with his name on it, like Mohammed something, which is about a 50-50 guess, Mohammed something. They can tell the name. They can give you a serial number. We can see things you wouldn't believe the quality of the stuff that we have. That's why we've been so successful. That's why our blockade will go down in the annals of history as being unbelievable. Nobody's ever seen a blockade like that. It's like a steel wall. So what happened is we then terminated that, and I call it the nuclear dust, and that was the end of that. But if we didn't hit that with the B-2 bombers, or if it wasn't successful, they would have had a nuclear weapon, a nuclear bomb at a very high level, not the highest, but it would have been a very high level. We have much bigger, but we hope that we're never going to have to use it. We have the most. Russia has second. China is very far behind, but going to catch up, unfortunately. You know, they're catching up. But we have the most. We have the most powerful. But we also have the most. But Russia's not far behind. And then you have China in third place, but within 5 years, they'll be probably even. And we ought to make a denuclearization deal. It would be so great. We don't need all of that. We don't need to be able to blow up the whole world 300 times over. It's terrible. It's really, if we could do a denuke deal, I'd love it. And one of those two is very willing to do it, I will tell you. But the other one is less willing to do it. And you need all of them. So the deal we reached with Iran on Sunday will be signed shortly, tomorrow, maybe the next day. Subject deals. My whole life is all about deals. That's all I ever did is make deals. And crazy things happen with deals. I've gone into deals where it's a guarantee. No way it can not be signed. And it doesn't get signed. And I've gone into deals that you have no chance of making, and they go like nothing. So, but we're going to most likely sign a deal. They want to sign a deal. And they've been acting very appropriately. They took a big 2 hits last week. Those were 2 very big hits. So importantly, Iran has agreed that they will neither produce nor procure a nuclear weapon. Neither produce, because originally they said, they talk about that they will not develop a nuclear weapon. And some people found it okay. These guys didn't, in all fairness. But some people, but I didn't like it. Said it won't develop. I said, what happens if they should buy? I don't know. It's very dangerous for somebody to sell, because whoever sells them a nuclear weapon will get nuked themselves. If they sold a nuclear weapon, only a few that could do it, they would be nuked. They wouldn't have that country long. So it's a very dangerous thing for somebody to do. But I wanted it in there. So it's develop, procure, buy, anything. And you'll see that when you see the agreement, but it's appropriate that we release the agreement. And we did send a copy to Israel, by the way. They've been a good partner. Again, I think they could do better with respect to Hezbollah. I'm not saying they shouldn't protect themselves. I'm saying when 2 drones are shot into the desert and drop harmlessly, you don't have to knock down buildings in Beirut. They could behave better. And frankly, they could do a better job. I love them as a partner. They were terrific. But they could do a much better job with Hezbollah. on that. I don't think they're doing well. And I feel very bad for Lebanon. Lebanon's been, you know, it was a great culture. It was a great, they had the professors, the doctors, the lawyers. It was an incredible culture, maybe the highest in the Middle East for years and years, centuries. And for the last 50, 60 years, they have been just trashed. They have been living in hell. So they'll work closely with us to turn over the so-called enriched material that's very deep in the bowels of the earth, very deep. Nobody can get it. So it's not important that we do it quickly, but we could do it fairly quickly. When we have a chance, we'll do it. But in the meantime, we have cameras on every inch of it. Nobody can do it. And if they do, we'll hit them with Patriots, that's all. And they'll be gone. And they know that. Technical discussions on the removal of But some people may want to invest. Like, what are you going to do? Say you can never, ever invest in a country? I mean, it's pretty tough. I don't mind being tough, but it's pretty crazy. You can invest in a country. You can invest in any country you want, but you can't invest there. Well, they need investment because we did $1.5 trillion, maybe $2 trillion worth of damage. So somebody's going to have to help them out. There's no not investing any money. There was a fake story. There was a fake news story that got a man, a person, a good person. J.D. made a statement. It was a perfect statement, and they reported it in a very strange way. But that's why it's fake news, I guess. So we don't give them money. We don't give them any of that. And what happens is, with time, if they behave, if they be a citizen of the world, a reasonable citizen of the world. And I think this group, again, I didn't do this for regime change, but I think this group is regime change. I mean, hey, the first group is dead. One little morning, having breakfast, the whole group, they thought they'd never be caught because we never bombed during breakfast, but we bombed. And they all, 88 people, and I'm not proud of it at all. But the second group came in and they were very unreasonable too. And they were all gone. They were all gone. And then the third group, we've been dealing with it. A couple left this planet, but we've been dealing with them. And again, they've been fine. I mean, I've had a lot easier. I've had some easier ones. They're tough, they're smart. Maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has already increased very substantially, and a normal flow of energy will resume in the coming days, and trillions of dollars will be made by the world, and the stock market will, I believe, continue to rise. The only difference is that a player that's very volatile, very tough, very smart, frankly, you know, they have, in one way, a primitive culture, but it's also a genius primitive culture. They're very smart people, very good negotiators, but so are we. So rather than possibly going into a depression, rather than having your favorite president be Herbert Hoover, I was always the one I didn't want to be. I wouldn't have preferred Nixon. I wouldn't have preferred, there were plenty I wouldn't prefer, but the one I always thought of, Herbert Hoover, and he caused it. He raised taxes too fast, and he raised interest rates too fast, all at the same time. And it caused the Great Depression. So I don't think I'll make mistakes like that. I lower taxes, I don't raise taxes. In fact, we just gave you the largest tax decrease, largest tax cut in the history of our country. So we'll be working on a parallel effort with the Gulf nations to address non-nuclear issues such as the conventional ballistic missiles, which we'll be talking about, and support. I mean, they have to have some because other people have some. You got to have some. Somebody said, you shouldn't give them more. And I have guys, I like some of these guys, but I don't think they're smart. Sir, you shouldn't let them have any missile. I said, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to let Saudi Arabia have missiles, but they can't have them? Yes, sir. It doesn't work that way, you know? It doesn't work that way. And missiles aren't the problem. Missiles are, they hurt a little location, but they don't blow up the planet. So the Gulf nations will address the non-nuclear issues. We'll be talking about the ballistic missiles, and we'll talk also about the terrorist proxies that they have. That we don't want that to happen. But I want to thank our partners in both Pakistan and Qatar. These people work so hard. And they knew them a little bit. In the case of Pakistan, quite well. In the case of Qatar, they were sort of at odds. And, you know, Qatar was great because they had right next door. When I flew from there, from that location to Saudi Arabia, I'd fly for 40 minutes, and I'd fly to UAE for 40 minutes, to great leaders there, by the way. In the case of Saudi Arabia, the father's still alive, and he's fantastic, and the son is going to be great. He's going to be great. The Crown Prince and Mohammed at UAE is an incredible warrior. He was dropping bombs. Last week I said, who the hell's dropping all those bombs? It was UAE. He's a good fighter, Mohammed. But every administration for decades has sought to get Iran to relinquish its nuclear ambitions, but the threat only got bigger. The words got bigger and bigger and stronger and bigger, and nothing ever happened. And Iran got stronger and tougher. If we didn't blow them up the first time and then blow out those weapons, they would have been unstoppable. This should have done, what I'm doing and what I did, should have been done years ago. Would have been much easier, much less firepower. But it wasn't. And again, I want to thank all those countries, and I want to thank Israel and Bibi Netanyahu. So obviously the breakthrough would not have been possible without the unprecedented pressure the United States put on the regime over the past year and a half. But again, it started a long time ago. It started with the death of Soleimani. That was a big deal. No president in history has ever been tougher on Iran than I have, and they know that. And by the way, if they don't honor the agreement, or some things aren't even mentioned in the agreement, it's a memorandum of understanding, but we have an understanding of certain things without writing it. And if they don't honor that, we'll probably go back to bombing them until they honor it, you know? It's amazing what bombs can do. So I say it, the Obama deal was a road to a nuclear weapon, and let's call it the Trump deal, was a wall for a nuclear weapon that the nuclear weapon could not get through. Nobody's going to get through it. We built a wall. They weren't going to have it, and that's what we have right now. And it says very clearly, the most important clause to me, too, number one, the Strait opens, but that's much less important than the other clause. Clause number whatever, 5, 8, is a very strong statement that they will never have a nuclear weapon. And it doesn't say they'll have one in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years. With Obama, they were able to enrich very quickly. This agreement now provides Iran with a historic opportunity. If they follow the path of cooperation, will have opened for them, their country will have a chance to survive. Now think of it, you know, they have 91 million people. People want me to bomb the bridges. Why don't I bomb? I already did, because, you know, they went back on one of their promises, and I bombed their biggest bridge, the equivalent of that was the George Washington Bridge of Iran. But we bombed that bridge, you saw that. One quick strike by an F-22, the most beautiful fighter jet ever made, by the way. In fact, we're ordering some more of them. We're bringing it out because it's so effective. It's incredible. It's incredible. Well, look, we have the greatest military in the world. Those B-2 bombers are unbelievable. Who would have thought they could handle, each had 2 because the flight was so long, but they handle 3 of the biggest, heaviest bombs, hundreds of thousands of pounds, and they handle them like they're nothing. It's amazing. And also, they're undetectable. They flew into Iran, totally, think of it, totally undetected. Now, Iran's waiting for them. They're waiting for them. And they never saw them. 1 o'clock in the morning, they never saw them. They're stealth. And we just ordered 22 more. The newer, upgraded version, which I guess is better. I don't know how the hell you get better. But as I expressed to the world leaders here this week, It's my hope that the peace agreement will be the beginning of a much larger deal all across the Middle East. We're very close. Look at the job we've done in Gaza. Look at Hamas. Hamas has been very silent. You haven't read anything about Hamas. And we're trying to get them unarmed. You know, they grew up with a machine gun in their hand. I think they actually, when they were born, they came out with a machine gun in their hand, so it's not the easiest thing. But they've actually, you know, behaved pretty well, considering this was not the lifestyle that they were taught to have. But including an end to all Iranian aggression, and they're not going to be Iranian aggression, and an end to war and terror in Lebanon. So the Lebanon peace is something we'll have to work on a little bit. It's a very small piece of the puzzle, actually, but it still makes a lot of noise. The big deal is the Iran deal. That's where the money is, where the power was. But they have Hezbollah, and you got to get that done one way or the other. We'll do it. I think Israel can do a much better job on it. Syria would love to do it. I was very responsible for the gentleman at Syria that's now the president of Syria. He's done a tremendous job. He's put that country together in a year and a half. Sort of like our country, a year and a half. It's pretty similar size. They said, please don't put him there. He's a very violent man. Al-Qaeda. They said, well, I know one thing, a Boy Scout's not going to work. And he's actually done a very good job. He'd love to go in and, you know, Hezbollah is an enemy of his, and he'd go in but he wouldn't knock down buildings every time he hears there's somebody. He'd just go and get them with precision. But I don't know that people want that. Maybe they don't. Maybe Lebanon doesn't. We have to be guided a little bit by Lebanon. And by the way, the president is going to be coming, Prime Minister, President, going to be coming over to see us very shortly, over the next week or two. Good man. He's, you know, man is living. What a tough life he's got, because he's got tough groups of people. And it's amazing. Amazing there is a Lebanon with all they've been through. They have been treated worse than just about, I think, anybody. Disrespected incredibly. So the expansion of the Abraham Accords is the other thing that we hope we're going to get. And I think Saudi Arabia, if they lead the way, they'd be doing themselves a big favor, because everybody that's in it, UAE went in right from the beginning. Again, he's a warrior. And they never got out. Nobody ever got out. You think maybe during the war. They were all afraid of, everybody was afraid of Iran. And that's why we ended up with the original members. But then when the election was rigged, that's right, and I wasn't here at all, nobody cared about anything. The country went to hell in every way. That was the least of it. Middle East was the least of it. The country went to hell, allowing 25 million people into the country, unchecked and unvetted, many of them criminals, many of them murderers, 11,888 murderers allowed into our country. So this was the least of it. But the past 2 days have also provided an opportunity to discuss a number of other key issues with members of the G7 and our partners. Yesterday morning, we had a productive conversation on the war in Ukraine. I spoke with President Putin. I spoke with President Zelensky, and he was there. And President Putin I spoke over the phone with. And something's going to happen. They're losing a lot of people, a lot of soldiers. They're losing soldiers. Both are losing a lot. Russia's losing more because they're the offensive ones. And when you're offensive in war, you lose more. Pretty simple. But I provided an update on my call Sunday with President Putin and expressed my continued hope. We had a very good conversation with President Putin and a very, very good conversation with President Zelensky. I think they both want to do something. They just don't know how to do it. They want to do it. They just don't know how. In our session yesterday afternoon on international partnerships, I offered an update on how the United States is leading the world in responding to the Ebola outbreak in Africa, sending $375 million in aid so far to help stop and contain the crisis at its source, and we've done great. I was with the president of a couple of presidents came over, by the way, from African nations, and they were so happy with what we did. But where it's unfair is we gave $375 million. The rest of the world gave essentially nothing, maybe a couple of bucks, but nothing. And they were all saying, thank you so much. And I think they've done a good job. It's a terrible thing. Ebola is a terrible thing. That's an unbelievable one. Fortunately, it's not like COVID where it's that easy to spread around, but it's rough. And we've done a good job. We've moved people to certain quarantines, certain locations. But today we also had excellent meetings on the economy and artificial intelligence, which is amazing what's going on with that. It's going to be the biggest thing ever. We have to be very careful with it. It's both great and could be bad. We have to be careful with it. But we're leading China. We're leading the world on that. We're allowing them to do their own electric plants because they need, as an example, those buildings are so big. And they're not taking the community's electricity. I gave them the right. It's my idea. I gave them the right to build electric plants like Con Edison in New York. Dig we must. And they've come up with plants that nobody's ever seen anything like them. Those are by very high IQ people. So they're actually building electric plants. So because otherwise they could never build a building because the grid is old and tired and broken and a mess. So they're building it, and they're going to sell their, very cheaply, they're going to sell their extra electricity into the grid. So we take care of a lot of things like California, which doesn't have nearly enough electricity. They don't know what they're doing there. And instead of having blackouts and brownouts, they'll be able not to. We found a great deal of unity here at the G7, and we signed a declaration on illegal immigration, the first time ever for a G7 statement. They did a beautiful statement. We signed other agreements to step up and to really coordinate and spend a lot of time coordinating drug trafficking and the stopping of drug trafficking, which is crazy. It comes through Mexico, comes through the southern border, the little that comes through. They find a way, they put it, they're genius. If they would use that genius for good, they'd be very rich people. They have it in engines, they have it in hubcaps, they have it in areas you wouldn't even believe. They have it in the structures of cars. Most incredible thing. But we've done a great job on it. We have drugs coming through the border are down 61%. Drugs coming through water, the sea, ocean, sea, Gulf, down 97.2%. That's the ones that get hit. Just like we hit the Iranian minesweepers and mine droppers, they call them. They dropped. Who would have 28 mine droppers? Who has 28 mine droppers? They actually had them, but they don't have many more. We hit them just like we hit the drug dealers. But drugs are down by water 97%, and over 60% they're down. And now we're going to go and focus on the land. They come through Mexico. Mexico has lost control of their country. The cartels run Mexico, and it's sad. And the president's a very good woman, but she's a very scared woman. The drug cartels are totally running Mexico. It's not even close. We agreed to accelerate our efforts to secure our critical minerals and rare earth supply chains, where we have great companies really going to town. We're going to give everybody a big run because we do it better than, and we had to get motivated. The G7 also agreed that the United States' new approach to international development based on the private sector investment is working at levels that they never thought possible. It's really working. I held a number of very positive bilateral meetings, including with the President of France. It was a very good meeting, actually. The Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim. I tell you, I wish I could really know the guy. You know, some people say, well, he lived in that neighborhood. You can't be saying things that you'd like to have him say. He was fantastic on this, and he's been a fantastic guy in terms of energy and getting energy out there. President of the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed bin Zayed, who's an amazing warrior. President El-Sisi of Egypt. Prime Minister Modi of India. We spent a long time together today. I spoke to Mohammed. I spoke to the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia a number of times. They're all so happy that they're still. You have to have them happy too, you know. We're using their airports. Not that they could stop us if we didn't want them to, but it'd be nice that I went to get that little sucker, but I missed. I hate missing. But we spoke to all of them and many countries all over the world. So every country, I think Israel too. Look, think of what Israel's getting. They're not going to be nuked. It's very simple. I told Bibi, your biggest risk was that they'd drop a nuclear weapon into the middle of Israel. They'd only need one, and there would be no more Israel. Think of it, Bibi. You got the best, the most important thing that you were asking for is that. So I think they're happy. Some people are going to be, not him, but there are some people, some writers, some that I thought were friends of mine, but I don't want them as friends anymore because they're either stupid or they're bad people. But we stopped nuclear holocaust, and it stopped too. I mean, there's not going to be any of that. So from the beginning to the end, it was clear that this week, America's back. It's bigger and better and stronger. We're more respected as a country right now, I think, than we ever have been. And we were a laughingstock 2 years ago. They would laugh at us. We had a man that should have never been there. You know that. A man that would walk up to a podium once every year, and they'd ask him, what flavor ice cream do you like? I like vanilla. Then he'd try and find the stairs, which he couldn't find most of the time, and he'd leave. This is very unfair reporting. And then you said you didn't know about that. You didn't know there was something wrong. We can never let that happen to our country again. To me, the worst. We had the worst inflation ever. We had the worst in prices and the costs. It's all coming down now because the oil is bringing it down. You're going to see numbers that are going to be amazing. But this evening, I look forward to a very special dinner with President Macron and his fabulous wife at the Palace of Versailles. I sort of like that palace. Palace has a lot of gold. I want to check it out. It's a beautiful palace, maybe the most beautiful of all. I hope you're going to get to see it. The ones that are traveling with me, I hope you're going to get to see it because it's amazing. But they asked me if I'd stay a little bit longer and go to Paris. So I'll get home a little bit later, but it'll be a nice... our country, and hopefully Europe's going to find its way. Europe is having a lot of hard times. They're doing some things very badly on energy and on immigration. They're doing things very badly, and we'll be talking about that tonight. So with that all said, if you want to ask us any questions, feel free to ask the people behind me. Peter?
Bonjour. You've been clear, President Trump, the United States is not going to directly pay Iran, but the U.S. is going to let the Iranians start making billions of dollars, selling oil, accessing this reconstruction fund.
Only if they're doing things right. Peter, only if we're not doing anything. We're not putting up money. Only if they're doing things right. If they're doing things right, if people want to invest, they can invest. But they had this $300 million fund. It's only $300 billion fund. It's only if they're doing things right. Remember this also. When you talk about billions of dollars, they've had much more than $1 trillion worth of damage done. They got a long way. There'll be 15 to 20 years to rebuild what they have right now. So they have to behave themselves. If they're not behaving, they get hit again. You know, they'll be hit again because we can do it very easily. It's going to take a long way for them to build back their anti-aircraft stuff. It's going to take, and you know, the other thing, I want to thank China, President Xi. I was with him, and he stayed neutral, totally neutral, and I appreciate it. And I want to thank Vladimir Putin. He was very neutral. They could have made it much more difficult for us. And I want to say it. You know, somebody would say, "Oh, that's terrible. He's thanking President Xi of China." Well, let me tell you, I had a long talk with him. You know, they have shoulder weapons to knock down airplanes. It's not like the real deal, but they're accurate. They're fairly accurate. I said, I would really appreciate you not giving or selling any of that stuff to Iran. And you know what? For the most part, he didn't. So I just want to thank them because they made it a lot better.
Can you explain, though, what the difference is between giving Iran U.S. dollars and unfreezing U.S. dollars for
well, the
Iranians?
unfreezing, that's an easy one to answer. We have taken a lot of their money, and we have their money. We have taken their money. It's not our money. It's their money, and we froze it. At a certain point in time, I guess we're going to have to give it back. You know, if we didn't give it back, nobody would ever invest in the dollar again. If you took their money, because I thought about it, you know, I'm not the most perfect person. I said to Scott, why do we keep their money? What the hell are we giving it back to them? But, you know, people from lots of nations, some nations we don't agree with, they have their money. The dollar's become very strong under me. And they don't want to have a little conflict with somebody and end up having the United States just take their money. So if you do that, you really don't have a system.
And I did just want to ask you about this. A wise man once said in January of 2020, Iran never won a war, but never lost a negotiation. That wise man.
Who said that?
Donald Trump.
Oh, that's what I thought you were going to say.
So how do you go back to the United States and convince a skeptical American public that this deal is a
look,
win?
Here they lost militarily, okay? It's very tough because I know that no matter what, if I would go, by the way, if I'd go another 3 or 4 weeks, those same people that are critical would say, he went too long, he should have done, you know, no matter what. If they raised the white flag of surrender, and if they said, praise be to Allah, Donald Trump is the greatest president ever. We totally concede, we totally give up. This war is over, we have failed. The New York Times and CNN and a couple of others, they're not all that dishonest, they'd say, Iran had a great victory, okay? They practically do that. You know, it's amazing. When we knocked out their last ship, they had 159 ships. When we knocked out the last ship, the Times refused to do a story on it. They said, why wouldn't you? They don't have a Navy, and you don't want to do a story on it. They don't have an Air Force, you don't want to do a story. We need a fair press. And that's why they're all doing so badly, because they lost credibility. When I win in a landslide, and I had 93% bad press, they take good stories about me and make them bad. But the only reason that happened is because they have so little, the media has so little credibility that the people voted for me. 93% of the stories on network, ABC is horrible. I think ABC is the worst. NBC is terrible. And CBS is terrible. CNN, obviously. And I never get good stories, no matter what I do. I could do the greatest thing. I won't get good stories on this. I'll get it from fair media. I'll get it from all over the world. They're writing good. But no matter what I do, I'm going to get bad press. I know that. Now, if I did the opposite, if I went out and continued to bomb them for another 4, just bomb the hell out of them, I'd get bad press on that. No, there's nothing I can do. But what this does is it allows the ships to go. If we keep bombing, those ships won't be going. And you're talking about $500, $600, $700 million a day. It's a lot of money, a lot of money. That's why the world is okay. It's liquid, it's fine. Also, we run out of reserves in about 4 weeks. You know, there are reserves all over the world, and we would really run out. And there'll be a time when you wouldn't be able to get it. And you want to see Bedlam? So for all those so-called geniuses that want to show me how smart they are, ask them why didn't they blow up General Soleimani? Ask that of the general and a couple of other people that I like very much, but boy, are they wrong. Go ahead. How about you? Thank you, Peter. I'd give you more, Peter, but people will say I like you too much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bonsoir, Mr. President.
You know, he told me that first day in office, he asked me like 7 questions. I answered all of them. Is this true? He said, he just answered more questions in one meeting than Joe Biden did in 4 years, okay? You know, I'm not going to get you in trouble, but that's what you said. Go ahead.
Bonsoir, Mr. President. In The Art of the Deal, you write about the importance of leverage.
Yeah.
Obviously, you have a lot of leverage when it comes to Iran, whether
Tremendous
it's militarily
leverage.
or through economic sanctions. What leverage, sir, do you have when it comes to Israel and Hezbollah to ensure that they abide by the ceasefire?
Well, I think we have leverage just by the fact that we really have Iran now has to be good. They have to behave. And we might help. That's a much smaller conflict. It's a conflict that should be able to be over with. I'm surprised it's taken so long. And it's a much smaller, but we have a lot of leverage. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest, most powerful. Look at the blockade. By the way, the blockade was more impactful than all of the bombing raids where we dropped $1 billion worth of bombs on Iran. The blockade was so incredible. The naval blockade, the admiral, the whole thing, not one ship got through. That meant no money got through. They were dying. They had no money. They have inflation that's 250 or 300%. They have no money. We have tremendous leverage. We have the leverage of the economy as an example. We'll get that done. That's a small one, and we'll work with Israel and get it done. But I'd like to do it. I mean, you have people living there. Buildings are being dropped on top of them or right alongside of them. How would you like to live there? It's so unfair, especially Beirut. You know, you go into Beirut, and I looked at the scene 2 days ago, yesterday, where they hit. That was a big hit. That was unnecessary in my book. Yeah, please.
Two questions. If you could clarify something you said just a few minutes ago. One of the goals of Epic Fury going into it, you said was...
Say it again. Speak up.
Sorry. One of the goals of Epic Fury, you said going into it, was to destroy Iran's ballistic missiles and its capabilities to build more.
Yeah.
Why is it acceptable to you now that they keep some of that capability? And Iran is...
What are they keeping? What are they keeping? They have less than other nations now. We knocked out probably 84, 85% of their missiles. The rest of them are underground. They can't even get them out. You know, the other night's raid, I think it was on the first night, we knocked out hundreds of their missiles. Actually, by mistake, we were hitting an area, and you can sort of see when the bombs are going off, and then you see one that looks like, wow, what happened? A lot of missiles knocked out. No, but what are you going to do? Let's spend another 2 weeks and give them none. They don't want to be firing missiles right now. They're going to have a hard time rebuilding. They're going to have a hard time rebuilding. And the people from the Middle East, if people want to invest, and again, they don't have to invest at all. But if they do want to invest, it does have oil. It does have probably a future, but it's going to take a long time. But are you going to let the 91 million people starve to death? I mean, one of the things I was very intent on, they have water desalinization plants, very good ones. I could have knocked them out in 5 minutes, just like I knocked out Cargill, and I knocked out everything but the oil. I said, 25, it was so complete. The only thing there is the pipes coming with the oil because I didn't want to ruin the world market because they do a lot of money. But I didn't want to do that, no. It would have been so easy. It would have been easier, and I would have satisfied a group of 10% of the people, but it would have been the wrong thing to do. And it could have caused an international depression. Maybe not.
Iran's position has always been that their nuclear program was for civilian purposes. If they come back after the signing of this and say they want to continue to have a civilian nuclear program, is that acceptable to you?
Well, I've said to them always, I say, look, you have probably the 3rd largest oil reserves in the world. What the hell do you need nuclear for? You need nuclear for some electricity? So I've always felt that way. So we've been pretty tough on that. It is a little hard, though, when you say that somebody wants it. Other people have it, other adjoining states have it, and you're not letting them have it for purposes of electricity and things like that. It's always a little tough. You have to use a little common sense, please. New York Times, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Now that you're approaching a new phase in this conflict with Iran, can you now say whether you will hold anyone in your administration accountable for the strike on a school that killed more than 100 children on the first day of the war?
No, if it was a fault, and as you know, that's under investigation. It's such a strange question to be asked at this state. You're talking about a long time ago, but nobody did that on purpose. I guess you'd have to say about them, what about the thousands of soldiers that they blew up when they opened their car door? What about the thousands of people that were killed by Iran? No, mistakes are made. The war is nasty. But I know it's under investigation, and I could have a report for you tomorrow. Or I would ask Pete Hegseth that question, because they have it under investigation. Please.
Mr. President, you've been saying all week that this deal permanently prevents Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, but the drafts of the deal that have been floating around barely mention Iran's nuclear program. So can you explain how exactly the deal achieves that goal?
So when I say permanently, it should be permanently. But if it's not permanently, we will bomb them. They will be bombed, just like I bombed them on Wednesday night and Tuesday night, and was going to bomb them on Thursday night at a level that was 3 times greater, and they knew that. I will bomb them. Now, that's with me as president. If you have a weak, pathetic president, maybe that doesn't happen, but I can only do the job that I have to do. I have a long time to go. I have almost 3 years, close to 3 years. Time is going fast. But our country's become, we're the most respected country in the world. Those leaders today, they said, we used to laugh at you. 2 years ago, the same guys, they'd laugh at the country. And now they say, you're the most respected country anywhere in the world. Militarily, even military. Take a look at what happened look at what happened in so many different locations. Afghanistan, that horrible retreat that these people made, leaving equipment behind. They weren't under any pressure. You take your time. You can get out. I was going to get out. We were going to get out with dignity and pride, take 100% of the equipment. I was even taking the tents down. But then they got in and they just left. They left all the equipment. I may get all that equipment back. Now, here's the thing. More symbolic, because it's a little old now. But we may get it all back. Afghanistan is kissing our ass. You know that?
Bomb Iran if they don't comply, but there's nothing enforceable in the deal itself. Is that correct?
Doesn't have to be. I let them know. I said, look, if you don't adhere to the agreement, I don't want to do that, but we're going to bomb the hell out of you. And I don't think that they're going to veer from the agreement. What else am I going to do? Am I going to say I'm going to take you to court? Let me take you to court. Let me sue you. No, we're going to bomb the hell out of them if they violate the agreement. I don't want them to. I want them to honor the agreement. Again, the straits close up. Bad things can happen. You know, in war, terrible things happen. Like you mentioned the question before about a school gets hit. Other things get hit. Bad things happen in war. War is a nasty place. I see it. I see it. I see it better than maybe anybody has ever seen it. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, President Trump. Oil prices are now plummeting. How do you see this agreement further affecting energy prices in the U.S. and the U.S. economy in the long term? And secondly, Mr. President, how do you think Vice President J.D. Vance did on The View yesterday?
Well, first of all, thank you for the word plummeting, because that's what's happening. Oil prices are plummeting. And that means oil prices are going to come down. You know, if you make donuts, you have a heating, you have a stove, and you have to buy the heat. You need the gas or the electricity or whatever you're using. And when oil prices come down, oil is the biggest thing. Oil is, you get oil prices coming down, and they're going to come down. And we're hitting into 3s now for gasoline, and that'll come down a lot lower. So I was in Iowa just before this started, and I was saying to myself, I can't believe we're doing so well, but I have to go, and we have to put out this fire in Iran because I don't want them using a nuclear weapon. They would have used a nuclear weapon. 100% they would have used it. The only question is, was it going to be that day or that week? They would have used a nuclear weapon. They were on the way. And I said, we're going to have to put out the fire. And I said, you know, oil prices, so gasoline, we passed 2 gas stations in Iowa, made a speech up there. The people are great. I won it by so much. And I love the people, farmers. And we passed 2 gas stations. One was $1.85. One was $1.91. Now, that's Iowa. But it was, I mean, California has all those crazy taxes that they put on, you know, California taxes. But the oil was down to $2 to, I'd say, between $2 and $2.50, and it was heading down further, and we were going to have a great run. We took a little journey down to a place called the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we bombed the hell out of them, and now they can never have a nuclear weapon. Now, we had a disturbance, but I must say it was much less than anybody thought. The oil never went to $350 a barrel. It went to $115, $120. The oil never went anywhere near that. And the other thing, I thought the stock market would go down 25 or 30%. The stock market a week ago, before we started this, was higher than it was when we started, which tells you that we have a very resilient economy. We have the strongest economy we've ever had. Now, the word affordability is a fake word made up by the Democrats. Here's where it's fake, because they made it up. Because I inherited these prices. And when I had my first news conference, first day, they started screaming affordability, the Democrats. Affordability, affordability, they're screaming. I say, what's that all about? They gave it to me. They gave it to me. It's affordability. And they use that word to a fare thee well. Well, they were the ones that created the affordability crisis. I'm the one that got it down. Remember, highest insurance rates in history, highest rates for everything. Eggs, remember eggs? They were 4 times more expensive than they were in my administration. And I got it down, Peter, very quickly. Our secretary did a good job of agriculture, Brooke. She did a great job with eggs and everything else. And now that the oil is coming down, you're going to see everything follow. Everything follows the cost of energy. And we're going to end up having the lowest energy anywhere in the world. Please. Yeah. No, please.
Thank you.
You're from ABC. You're fake news. Go ahead.
To follow up on oil, can you confirm, will Iran be able to immediately sell their oil to market? And will U.S. sanctions snap back immediately if there is a delay or collapse in the talks? And then relatedly, is there any safeguard in this deal to prevent Iran from charging what they say could be fees after the 60-day extension?
The thing that's going to stop them from doing that, because you can't cover everything in a document, is common sense. They don't want to get bombed. They don't want to get hit. As far as sanctions are concerned, at some point, we have sanctions which will never let them rebuild. They would have no money. They would be in poverty. The 91 million people would starve. So something will happen as soon as they behave. When they behave, we're going to let that go. We're going to have to. I put sanctions on a lot of people, and then I let them go. A lot of countries. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Shinji Abe. I'm a Japanese Yomiuri newspaper company from the Washington Correspondent. My question is about the Strait of Hormuz. Did you ask other G7 nations to send military force? And what specifically are you asking of Japan? Or
where are you from?
I'm from Japan.
From where?
Japan. And is military support?
I just left your prime minister. Japan's doing very well. She's my biggest fan, I have to tell you. She thinks I did a great job. You have to call her and ask her. She's doing a very good job, by the way. Go ahead.
And military support is no longer necessary?
Yeah, but what do you want to know? Go ahead, just tell me. What do you want to know?
Okay. My question is, did you ask other G7 nations to send military force? And what specifically are you asking of Japan?
To send the Air Force? For what? Oh, other countries, not just Japan. No, I don't need. We don't need it. Oh, by the way, they all want to do it. They all want to do it. Every single one of them. They want to go be a part of it now. Not while the war was going on. I was a little disappointed. The UK, I said, yeah, it would be nice if you sent ships. I didn't put a hard sell on, but I said it would be nice if you sent some ships. And the Prime Minister said, they'll be there, sir, as soon as the war is over. I said, did he just say that? I couldn't believe it, actually. Japan has offered to get involved, but I mean, I'll be honest, Japan was not willing to get involved during the war. I asked her, I said, you want to get involved a little bit? I didn't put the heavy sell on, but they said, no, we don't want to get involved. Nobody did. We did it ourselves with Israel and with the Arab states that got hit, surprisingly hit. Yeah. Yes, please. Go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Mr. President. Question on Brazil. I would like to know, how was your interaction here in Évian during the G7 with the Brazilian President Lula? Did you talk about the new U.S. tariffs on Brazil? Did you talk about the U.S. designation of criminal gangs as terrorists?
We did.
How was it?
I spent a lot of time with him, actually, and it's become a little rough country, right? Politically, it's been a little dangerous politically. You're talking about Brazil, yeah? It's been nasty. I hear they arrested somebody that's running for office today. I found that out after we left. I just said goodbye to him, and I heard that they arrested the Bolsonaro Jr. He was doing well in the polls, and they arrested him because he made a statement in Texas. They arrested him, or they want to arrest him. They have something out for his arrest. No, they play pretty tough. But nobody plays tougher than the United States. Look, our elections are totally rigged. We have rigged elections. Please, in the back. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, President.
Thank you.
Sumu Sakamoto, the Asahi Shimbun. For G7, the concept of the rule of law has long been considered the core principle. During this summit, any of the leaders expressed any concerns on the possible violation of international law on the attack on Iran?
No, actually the opposite. They felt they were very dangerous. They were very relieved because they could get hit too. They were very relieved. No, we never discussed that. No, it would be the opposite. They broke the law. They killed thousands of people. They killed thousands of our soldiers and hundreds of thousands of people. Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. President,
yes.
Yesterday, the Pakistan thanks for the Chinese government to help make a peace talk between Iran and the United States. So what do you think about China's work to get the United States and Iran sitting down to talk and make the deal? And the second question is...
Okay, let me answer the question.
Okay.
So I think China's been terrific. I told you that before. They could have been bad. They could have sent in to try and block or break the blockade. They could have sent in an oil ship with 6 destroyers alongside of it on each side. They didn't do that. President Xi helped me. He tried to help, and I think he probably helped get it solved. You know, they get 50% of their oil from that location. So that wasn't that easy. President Xi was fantastic. He tried to help me solve it. And he didn't give any big weaponry. I guess we'll find something somewhere along that. But he didn't give any big weaponry, I can tell you that. No, I think China I couldn't ask for much more. Again, they were impacted because they get more than 50% of their oil from the Hormuz Strait. And no, I thought they were fantastic. Okay, how about one more question right here? Go ahead, please.
The latest YouGov Economist poll shows that Democrats have lost a 5-point edge on the generic congressional ballot. They just have now just a 2-point lead since February. Do you think that they're losing momentum?
Well, I see the Republicans in generics. You know, generics are very important. I don't know how accurate, because I see a lot of bad polls. Polls are very dishonest, just like a lot of reporters, like these people over here, are very dishonest. CNN, ABC, it's a whole group of them over there that really dishonest people. But, you know, and really networks are very dishonest. And they have to straighten themselves out or they're not going to be very successful because people don't believe them anymore. But no, the generics are very interesting because the Republicans are coming up strong even before this. You know why? They're seeing all these lunatics, like the guy in Maine with the swastika. You know, for 10 years they've been calling me a Nazi. And now they have a Nazi running. He's got a tattoo on him. I've been denying it for 10 years. They know it's not so, but they've been calling. I don't think they can call it to me anymore. You know, one more. Go ahead, Peter. Let me finish with Peter because he's been better to me than he's been to Biden.
Thank you, President Trump. I have a question about this weekend. Why not stick around for the signing ceremony with this Iran peace deal?
I might.
You might.
Yeah, I might, but I'd rather, this is a memorandum of understanding. It's very important, but it might not be the kind of a document that I should be signing.
There's some element to this where you send the vice president. If it works out, great, you look like a genius for sending him. And if it doesn't work out, it's the vice president's fault.
I like that idea, sure. What? This way, if it works out, I'm going to take the credit. If it doesn't work out, I'm blaming J.D. You better be careful, J.D. He's going to turn his plane around and get the hell out of here. Yeah, I like that idea. I think it's a good idea. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Oui, Johnny. Oui, ça va, je suis là. Des flics avec le monument. Oh si, non, je peux me tourner vers Versailles, ouais. Ok. Non, non, je voulais faire un plan comme ça pour changer, puis aller sur le château maintenant. Ok. Allez. Ouais. Ok, ça marche. Ouais. Allez, à plus. Bah, heureusement, demain, je suis off, donc ça va.
Ça commence, 8h08, 20h08.
Tu vas bronzer là.
Oui, c'est l'été,
Ouais.
ça commence à...
Il faut pas trop prendre du soleil. Là, t'as pas mis de crème.
Non, justement, je pensais pas rester dehors comme ça. Je me suis dit, ah, à 19h c'est bon.
On peut se mettre un peu là-bas. Là.
Pour l'instant, ça va, hein. c'est juste, t'inquiète, hein, vraiment.
Non, bien, j'ai fait le plan.
Mais ça va, je pense que j'ai pas envie de rater quand il arrive.
Ah bon, d'accord.
Oui, tu peux rester là si tu veux rester.
Ok.
Comme j'étais assise, maintenant je suis...
Il va arriver un petit peu.
Oui.
C'est là qu'on vient de partir. Donc il a 45 minutes.
Ok.
Ouais, ici, plus de 20 minutes d'Orly ici.
Ah oui, donc du coup...
Il a 15.
Ah oui, donc Macron il arrive quoi, dans 5 minutes ou...
Macron il peut arriver à n'importe quel moment.
Waouh.
Ouais.
C'est vraiment... Il y a des gens là, mais je sais pas qui est ici.
Où ça?
Là, dans le coin.
Mais je crois qu'ils sont de l'intérieur. Ah, je crois que c'est Macron qui arrive.
T'as vu? J'ai bien fait de... L'intuition féminine.
Oui, tout à fait.
Parfois. Pas tout
Oui,
le temps,
non,
mais
c'est très important. Moi, je prends beaucoup ça en compte. Hein.
Parce que imagine, il arrive, comme ça tu fais ton...
Oui. Ici, je ne vais pas filmer, mais je vais voir quand il sera à ce stade-là. Comme ça, je le suis jusqu'à l'entrée.
Tu crois que c'est lui là? Il y a beaucoup de...
Non, là-bas, je ne crois pas. Mais si ça sonne ici, c'est probable que ce soit lui.
On s'en souviendrait de ce jour-là.
Comment?
On s'en souviendrait de ce jour-là.
Oui.
Mais c'est normal d'être toujours un peu sous les climats comme ça, un peu...
Oui.
Ouais.
Mais non, on fait tout. Hein. On subit tout.
Oui.
Parfois il pleut, on est sous la pluie.
Il faut protéger la caméra.
Ouais,
t'as fait les JO aussi,
Oui, beaucoup, oui.
Mais moi aussi j'ai fait les JO.
C'est vrai? Ah oui.
Mais c'était mon dernier job, quoi. Depuis
je
cherche...
Il va y avoir aussi une photo qui serait intéressante, c'est quand les flics passent devant le château. Voilà, là.
Joli, ouais. Très bien. Ah oui, c'est super. C'est magnifique.
C'est une photo d'illustration. Les flics, la sécurité avant l'arrivée de train.
Maintenant, il faut juste le cortège là.
Oui.
Ah oui, quand le cortège arrive, tu vas faire...
Si.
Ah ouais.
Mais toi, tu pourras faire tes photos, non? Tu pourras faire tes
oui,
photos.
Oui, je pourrais faire des photos.
Mais tu peux déposer ça. Tu peux laisser ça.
Oh, mais je le tiens au
cas
où.
Non, laisse ça, ça va te gêner.
C'était quoi le moment le plus impressionnant quand tu as vu Macron?
Moi?
Ouais, de tous les trucs que tu as pu faire.
Franchement, c'est une éducation. Impressionnant. Impressionnant, c'est quand il a été élu.
Ah, c'est
sa première élection.
Ah oui.
Où je disais, ben, le jeune homme, il a parlé, mais voilà, il savait ce qu'il faisait. Quoi.
Au Louvre, là.
Au Louvre, voilà.
Ah oui, ok. J'aurais tellement aimé voir ça.
Ouais.
J'étais en études et tout.
Oui.
Enfin, c'est pas qu'on s'en fout, c'est juste...
Oui.
Fallait passer des examens, t'as autre chose dans la tête que la politique, tout ça.
Tout à fait.
Mais c'est vrai que ça fait 8 ans, quoi. Enfin, plus que 8 ans.
Mais plus,
ouais, même
parce
plus,
qu'il est passé au deuxième, le deuxième mandat. Mais le deuxième mandat, par contre, ça m'a pas... Voilà, c'est là où il a commencé à perdre
de popularité. Et bon, quand même, c'est un bon président.
Oui, non, je pense que...
Il y a pire, il y a aussi meilleur.
C'est
mais c'était pas le pire, c'était un des bouts, je trouve.
Je pense qu'il a été bon. Pour moi, personnellement, il a été bon. Il y a eu trop de crises. Trop de crises. Et puis le monde a changé. Les choses ont changé. Il était obligé de gérer. Heureusement, il était jeune, donc il s'adaptait. C'était pas facile. Ah oui. C'est des invités, je crois. C'est les journalistes qui sont là depuis. Hein. Là, c'est des invités ou des gens qui font partie d'un protocole ou c'est pas d'un service. Ah oui, putain.
Un peu trop d'espace, je trouve.
Un peu
Vous
trop.
auriez pu laisser plus de journalistes, genre, quand
Ah
même,
ben non.
à l'entrée là.
Non, non, c'est la sécurité. Il ne faut pas que... Je suis d'accord avec toi. C'est pour cela qu'ils ont laissé des journalistes à l'intérieur. Donc, l'extérieur, comment on peut faire des images de très loin pour pas qu'on se rapproche, puisqu'il y en a qui vont faire l'arrivée. Les voitures, ils vont descendre des voitures, tout ça.
Plus tard.
Ah ouais, c'est vous qui avez tout.
Et vous?
Alors moi, France 24, mais c'est pas eux qui m'ont envoyé, j'habite à côté, donc j'en profite.
Ah bon?
De la carte de presse.
Ah bon, d'accord.
Vous attendez depuis longtemps, j'imagine,
Oui,
sous le
oui,
soleil
oui.
et tout.
On devait être parti depuis 19h15.
Bah oui, mais il est grave en retard, comme ce matin.
Comme ce matin?
Ce matin, à Évian, il est arrivé apparemment avec 1 heure de retard. Voilà.
Le soleil surtout.
Bah oui. Mais j'espère qu'on le verra là, enfin je sais pas. Il va rentrer avec sa voiture à l'intérieur, je pense.
Ouais.
Oui, il va pas marcher.
Il va pas marcher.
C'est pas du
Non.
genre,
Non.
Enfin, je sais pas. Après,
oui, on peut
s'il y a un truc rouge là pour lui.
Ouais. Vous avez des collègues à l'intérieur, j'imagine.
Oui.
Oui. Mais là, pour l'accréditation, je pense.
Ça se passe bien, France 24?
Ouais, moi je fais les matinales, donc j'ai ça demain.
Ah oui.
Mais je viens quand même parce que c'est pas tous les jours qu'on voit Versailles.
C'est sûr. C'est même jamais quoi.
Jamais, voilà.
C'est pour ça.
Bah oui.
Faut saisir l'opportunité.
Exactement. Moi j'espère qu'on pourra avoir au moins les cheveux orange.
Bah ouais. On va voir. C'est bientôt, j'espère quoi.
Bah oui. Mais je pense que quand il va arriver, il y aura des hélicoptères, il y aura des choses, il y aura des...
Ce sera un spectacle quoi.
Bah, je ne sais pas si vous savez, mais à côté il y a Saint-Cyr et l'aérodrome.
Si.
Mais aujourd'hui on n'a pas vu un seul avion dans le ciel de Versailles. Parce que d'habitude toute la journée il y a des avions qui viennent de l'aérodrome de Saint-Cyr. On entend toute la journée le bruit des avions et tout. Là aujourd'hui, rien. Donc je voulais même aller faire du vélo dans le parc, c'était fermé, l'autre parc ici est fermé. Content de venir.
Et tu fais quoi comme dans la matinale? Tu prépares?
Je suis chargé d'édition, c'est-à-dire que les images de Reuters, APT, tout ça, voilà, donc c'est vous les stars. Donc on reprend ce que vous faites.
France 24, ils sont clients.
Voilà, on est pas tous vos clients et du coup on reprend les images et pour le JT, pour habiller le JT.
Pour commenter.
Voilà, exactement. Et il est où le siège de Reuters à Paris?
Rue du 4 septembre.
Ah, ok.
Près de Bourse.
Oui, je vois très bien.
L'AFP n'est pas loin de là.
Oui, exactement. Ah oui, vous êtes voisin avec l'AFP?
Oui.
Avec les concurrents.
Oui. Bon, c'est la bonne concurrence là, on fait du pool, tout est poulé là.
Oui, exactement, moi j'attends les poules à chaque fois, j'ai les écrans AFP, Reuters, machin, et du coup j'attends le téléphone.
Je pense que le président n'a pas parlé.
Non, je pense que pas trop comment ça va.
L'heure va arriver.
Oui.
jamais vu Trump. T'as déjà vu Trump?
Moi?
Ouais.
Plusieurs fois.
Ah bon?
Ah oui. Ben oui, et même de très près. Comme il m'énerve, j'ai pas envie de trop.
Ah ouais.
Il nous
Ah oui,
énerve
oui,
pas
ouais.
tous. Parce que là, depuis qu'il est de retour, il n'y a pas de son dans la caméra.
Si, en plus je suis en direct, donc parlez-moi.
Ah oui, bah, il faut pas que je parle.
Parlez là-bas. Bon, c'est pas grave, on dit ça comme ça, mais ça va pas dominer le son.
Si mes collègues sont en train de couper et qu'ils entendent ma voix. Ah voilà, hélicoptère. Donc vous voyez, ça se mobilise. Ouais. C'est les signes avant-coureurs. C'est le moment, guys. Soyons bons.
Attention. Merci.
Vous allez faire un plateau ou non c'est juste pour le cadrage? Ok.
C'est juste des images pour vous.
Oui, voilà, qu'on coupe et qu'on mette.
Ouais.
Oui, c'était grec et hollandais. Il y a beaucoup de...
Bah oui, mais j'ai vu que grec. Ils sont où les Français? Ah oui, ok. Bah parce que c'est direct.
Tous les monnaies, ils reçoivent des images, non?
Oui, on a reçu un retour de AFP1, AFP2, EBU1, EBU2.
Non, c'est la sécurité. C'est ça. C'est le nom de la ville ici. Il est pas là-haut. Tu peux te mettre là, à côté comme ça. Pardon. Je sais pas pourquoi mon nom.
Je peux avoir une photo aussi, si ça vous dérange pas. Avec la caméra, même si c'est pas la mienne.
Ok.
Et avec le château, si possible.
Avec le château, ça sera pas trop possible.
Un peu
contre vous. Oui, mettez-vous un peu, voilà. Ouais, là d'accord. Ok.
Oh, super, merci beaucoup.
Bon, j'ai pas le logo Reuters.
C'est pas grave, hein, moi je mettrai un logo français. Elles sont super, merci beaucoup.
Oui, c'est ça.
Ils sont tellement gros, la BBC. Moi, c'est
Si tu veux, je la reprends, s'il te plaît.
Hein?
Tu veux, je la reprends, s'il te plaît pas?
Oui, je préfère de ce côté, non?
De ce côté, il faut
que je me mette là, moi. Comme ça.
Voilà, comme ça, ici. Ah, tu peux faire comme ça?
Oui, comme ça.
Ah, d'accord.
Je vais faire comme ça.
Oui. Un peu du château.
Si vous voulez une photo ensemble, n'hésitez pas.
Oui. Oui, pourquoi pas.
C'est toujours mieux quand c'est quelqu'un qui l'apprend.
Okay.
Allez, on va faire comme ça avec un peu de soleil.
Ouais.
Ah, mais il est très visible, hein, le château.
Ouais.
Attendez.
Super, merci.
Le selfie avant le storm, quoi.
Voilà.
Allez.
There's an exhibition on here at the Palais de la Science on the 250 years since American independence, and the most important part played by the French monarchy is in pushing Americans' independence. That plus all the glitz and the glamour and the gold that we associate with their science is mobilized by President Macron diplomatically. President Trump happy to be on board. It seems to be working. Earlier on at Évian-les-Bains, President Trump said how much he's on board. Coming in at Versailles, it wasn't just Versailles was real. He sung the praises of his Iran here. President Macron too sung the praises of Iran here, and he was great about how America was brought back on board and the rest of the he sees it as a expression, criticism in France, but they want a card about this for President Trump. His view is that he has to push French interests in the real world, and President Trump, however much he wants to defend it.
Macron ne voulait pas venir pour 3 ans de Il était au Didier, là, en Normandie. Ouais, c'est. Je l'ai eu en Normandie, je l'ai eu pendant le 14 juillet, là, il était ici. Et sa première visite à l'Élysée. Ouais. Non, franchement, je l'ai déjà vu plusieurs fois. Il est grand. Il est grand. Il est grand, il est vraiment imposant et en plus, il n'est pas mince.
D'accord. Et quand tu l'as vu parler, ça faisait quoi?
Non, c'était un peu... Comme je disais tout à l'heure, il n'aime pas trop. Donc, du coup,
il n'est pas très populaire.
Il va raconter encore ses conneries. Donc, on s'attend tous à ce qu'il peut dire.
Ouais, il est impopulaire.
Ouais.
Mais bon, après, c'est quelqu'un de unique, on va dire.
Oui, en son genre.
Au moins, tu veux le voir pour le voir.
En son genre.
Mais ouais. Je crois pas qu'il est là encore.
Comme son ami Poutine. Mais Poutine est plus intelligent que nous.
Tu l'as vu aussi?
Oui.
Poutine,
je l'ai vu quand... Là, je l'ai vu 2 fois. La fois, il était à Brégançon, non? C'est l'île, pendant que le président était en vacances.
Il est plus intelligent que toi?
Oui, il est plus intelligent.
Pourquoi?
Il a une manière de s'organiser. C'est pas comme toi qui dit ça et puis demain c'est pas, ce n'est plus ça.
C'est plus crédible.
C'est plus crédible. Même si il a l'air
les deux ont l'air un peu...
Il s'est dit qu'il a le monde entier contre lui. Donc comment s'organiser? Il est très intelligent, sinon il serait parti depuis. Tu as vu, il est parti, il est revenu, parce qu'il a mis l'autre là, Medvedev. Tu vois, il dit tu tiens la baraque, je suis Premier ministre de toutes les manières. Donc, voilà. Et donc il était Premier ministre, mais c'est lui qui gère. Et il est revenu encore, et donc il fait le deuxième mandat. Et là maintenant, après, s'il doit partir, il va faire la même chose. Et moi je pense que, peut-être c'est pas tous les Russes, mais la majorité des Russes lui font confiance. Sans lui, bon, c'est sa manière de dire aussi, de présenter les choses. Sans lui, la Russie serait déjà détruite.
Ouais, c'est clair. Bon, c'est un peu... Voilà, chaque pays a sa coutume, sa culture, et chaque président aussi.
Tout à fait.
Je respecte, hein, même si on n'est pas tous d'accord avec certaines choses. Quoi.
Ah, t'as fait. Ah, c'est gentil. Peut-être. Je vais voir si jamais il y a un petit peu de soleil, mais sinon je vais le... Ah ouais.
Ils sont tellement trop là ici. Moi j'aurais tellement avec la ville ici, mais ils sont occupés. Enfin, je suis fan de la ville. Voilà.
Ils sont très proches.
C'est vrai que moi je les admire.
Même je le voyais, je me suis dit, ah oui,
il est pas, oui,
il est éloquent quand il parle.
Là aussi, non, c'est ça le truc. Les journalistes, c'est pas être éloquent. Déjà, ça c'est la première qualité du journaliste. Il faut être éloquent. Quand tu poses une question, la personne qui doit répondre doit savoir que tu as posé une question. Mais quand tu poses une question avec une voix, est-ce que vous pouvez...
Non. Être légitime. Bonjour.
Ça va être pas.
Vous recevez les images?
Non.
Vous recevez pas mes
mais
images?
ils sont là.
Ah, si, enfin, oui, on les reçoit, oui. Enfin, je veux dire pas là, ouais.
Non.
Je voulais te demander si par hasard tu avais, non mais je vois que tu n'as pas un réflecteur.
Non.
Ah, c'est vrai?
Mais tu vas le tenir?
Ouais, mais sinon je fais avec ça, t'inquiète pas. Sinon je vais éclairer avec ça. On vient de me le prêter, mais c'est au cas où. Mais non, faut pas ailleurs, c'est ça pour le réflecteur?
Non.
Ah, t'as pas de réflecteur ça? Ah non, bah, super. Je vais essayer avec ça alors. C'est pas gentil. Je vais le tenir. C'est gentil.
le réflecteur, c'est resté dans ma voiture. Le réflecteur, c'est
le truc,
le
cercle.
Voilà,
Voilà.
le cercle blanc.
Pour le soleil.
Pour attirer le soleil.
Pour distraire le soleil, quoi, disons.
Pour distraire le soleil, c'est ça. Ah, putain. J'espère que le retour n'aura pas de bouchon pour moi.
Parce que là, quand vous aurez fini, vous pouvez direct rentrer chez vous, puisque c'est en direct. Ou vous devez remettre une carte SD.
Ah non, non, c'est fini.
Ah, c'est fini, oui. C'est ça l'avantage. Il n'y a pas de retour,
on n'a pas de montage à
montage,
faire.
de montage.
Non, non.
Ah, vous êtes tranquille.
Oui, ceux-là, la qualité est bonne, ils le savent pas. C'est quand la qualité est mauvaise, on vous demande de faire un petit montage après.
Exact.
Ou bien de nous renvoyer les images à partir d'un autre endroit, parce qu'ici, le réseau n'est pas très fiable.
Dans certaines parties du monde, enfin je sais pas si non c'est pas vous, c'est plutôt les autres agences, Pakistan, tout ça, on reçoit des images floues mais complètes. Je parle trop fort, peut-être qu'il ne faudrait pas. Mais... J'entends les gens qui sont autour de la caméra. Je les entends parler, échanger, et je coupe les pistes son.
Ah oui, que ça finisse.
Ah ben oui.
Quand ça m'intéresse, je peux rester. Mais je suis très intéressée par ce livre-là. C'est pour ça je suis aussi...
Tu as fait bon papier, tu as fait un bon compliment. Parce que vous venez...
Quand tu commences genre à 13h et...
Oui, mais là je fais ça à 13h, parce que je vais faire ça ce soir. Si ça traite, si je vais le suivre, parce que je vais commencer à 9h ou à 8h.
Très bien, très fort. J'en peux plus, j'en peux plus de faire mes discours.
À un moment, il va se fatiguer.
C'est bon, ils ont compris. Be around Bill, qu'est-ce qu'il a dit encore? Qu'est-ce qu'il a changé
encore? On est assez loin pour ne pas être entendu.
Là, ça va.
Ça baisse un peu, donc...
Faut que ça dise, connaissez François Picard?
Bien sûr, je suis très proche de lui.
Ah. Dès que vous avez rencontré Clotaire, de Reuters.
Pardon?
Clotaire.
Clotaire, ok, très bien, j'ai vu ça.
D'Abidjan.
D'Abidjan, très bien.
Alors on a travaillé ensemble à Abidjan, en Côte d'Ivoire. Il était basé, il travaillait pour l'AFP.
Ok, avant France 24, c'est à l'AFP, ok, super.
On m'a fait vraiment de la route ensemble.
Donc sur le débat, enfin, il présente le débat dans l'émission ce soir. Et personne ne veut laisser sur cette émission parce qu'il y a beaucoup de choses à commander à l'avance. Enfin, on a bossé ensemble en été, c'était pas pendant le débat, c'était maintenant. Merci beaucoup. Mais à chaque fois qu'il me voit, il me dit alors quand tu fais le débat avec nous, je vais vous dire que j'ai rencontré.
Ouais, mais ça c'est pas des trucs, moi je déteste ça. Faire des débats, des trucs.
Mais il faut commander.
Moi je suis un gars de terrain, vraiment il faut toujours.
Il se lève tôt le matin, il commence à lire tous les journaux. Il commence à dire je veux le New York Times à 5 minutes, je veux machin, à 10 minutes, je veux machin. Il faut commander tout ça à l'avance. Et ce qui fait que les personnes qui sont dans 2 heures avant le début du machin, juste pour commencer à machin et terminer très tard aussi. C'est des avions.
Ouais, j'ai des avions.
Des avions de guerre.
Oui, quand le soleil baisse comme ça, on a une visibilité.
Voilà, exactement.
Et vraiment qu'ils arrivent, c'est bon, déjà, quand on n'est pas là, pour la pays, ça veut dire qu'ils sont pas là.
Mais le soleil baisse donc.
Oui.
Ça va.
Tout le monde est conscient. Parler, c'est vraiment. Je pense.
Tu veux parler des formes, mais en résumé.
Et en plus, il y a tellement de dès qu'il a appris l'éducation du début, j'aime tellement trop de choses. Et surtout le château de Versailles, c'est le summum.
Il a dit c'est pas plaqué or, c'est lourd, c'est lourd. Il a dit ça.
Et que même il est en train de faire. Dans son genre, c'est exceptionnel. ce que je te disais.
Il y a des choses, après il y a des choses...
Non, non,
je ne sais pas ce que c'est.
Non, non, c'est lié à la sécurité.
C'est juste la sécurité, ok. Avant de venir là, vous avez fait un autre direct?
Non, nous sommes venus directement.
Ok.
Depuis 13 heures.
Depuis 13 heures?
Depuis, non, 13 heures, on va dire 13, 15 heures.
Ok. Mais bon.
C'est le boulot, hein. On est vaccinés. Voilà. Oui, je sais que vous demandez parfois. On déjeune à quelle heure?
C'est encore avec
Tu prends la parole.
moi, je suis juste avec vous. Je prends pas encore envoyé.
C'est plus TF1 et France 2. À une certaine heure, il faut. Parce que l'heure, le temps de travail, à midi, il faut qu'il déjeune. Je te jure.
C'est important.
C'est très important. Le temps de midi, parce qu'il y a un qui on déjà à quel moment. Je te jure, c'est hallucinant. Moi, je ne peux pas dire ça. Moi, parfois, je suis seul. Et on la gueule, quoi. Genre, je vais changer de plan.
Mais si on réfléchit, c'est fou comment un homme peut rassembler autant de personnes.
Mais oui.
Si on repense à ça comme ça.
Mais c'est le plus fort au monde en ce moment. Voilà.
Ouais, voilà.
Donc, quand il dit il va finir le dîner, et comme il ne dort pas trop, il peut partir très tôt.
Il va aller direct à Washington.
Et il sera à Washington.
Je dors 1 heure et c'est bon.
Ben oui, voilà. Et lui, il a dit ce matin, il a dit, je ne suis pas un gros dormeur.
Non. Le son.
Oui.
Il va être hier. Il n'est pas un gros dormeur.
Donc il rentrera direct à Washington. Parce que ce dîner, en fait, il était impossible. Donc, oui.
Il a accepté parce que c'était un champion de femme.
Oui. Si c'était à l'Élysée, je pense pas qu'il aurait accepté. C'est trop bleu.
Négocier, je crois. Si les années 50, c'est la mort de celle-ci, je crois que pas besoin de la retarder. On peut comprendre qu'ils sont c'est possible.
Moi, je peux juste voir les cheveux orange.
Ouais, c'est une première fois.
Voilà, exactement. Non, c'est pas la première fois.
Pour moi, c'est la première fois.
Oui, aussi. J'ai envie de voir s'il est vraiment.
Oui, c'est le vraiment bien.
Mais malheureusement, on n'avait pas pouvoir le voir.
On va voir ce qu'on peut voir.
Non, c'est tout cas, c'est impressionnant.
Oui, voilà, déjà ça. Au moins, on est dans cette présence.
Voilà, exactement, c'est très bien.
Et dans vos présences. En tout cas, c'est quand même impressionnant. Parce que c'est rare de voir Versailles sans personne aussi.
Mais ce matin, j'étais bleu, parce que d'habitude, tout ça, il n'y a pas ces barrières que vous voyez là.
Oui,
Que des bus,
tout à fait.
des voitures, des machins.
Ici, c'est un parking. Hein.
Ah, ici, c'est un parking, là où il y a les barrières, là, c'est un parking. Et même cette grille, elle n'est jamais fermée. Elle est toujours ouverte, sauf le soir. Et tout le temps, il y a des gens qui rentrent.
Ouais, c'est bien.
C'est le panneau là-bas qui me dérange. Parce que si je veux faire un gros plan sur le portail, j'ai le panneau jaune là.
Oui, c'est vrai.
Ouais, ça me...
Mais on ne peut pas les approcher un peu comme ça, vous pensez?
Ouais, non. Déjà, j'étais là-bas, ils m'ont dit de venir jusqu'au bout. Là. Et puis j'ai gratté un peu pour mettre là. Ouais.
C'est des peu proches pour la...
Ah oui, je me suis dit, oui, ça peut être ici.
C'est surtout pour le soleil. Je sais pas, ça va baisser, ça va descendre encore, mais pour éviter le contre-jour. Hein.
C'était bien, les vacances et tout, on se casse.
C'est d'accord.
J'ai préparé des petites pâtes au safran. Tu m'en diras des nouvelles avec un petit magret de canard.
Non, c'est interdit. Je suis désolée, mais là, non, ça tu veux pas faire ça. Non, regarde. C'est la torture, ça s'appelle.
Saupoudré de chips de panico à l'ail.
Il atterrit. Il atterrit à Orly.
Eh ben c'est bien. Prenez-lui un mototaxi. Hein. Ouais, une bonne... Putain, ce serait carrément classe, plus classe que la biste, quoi. On a un ras-le-bol de ta grosse voiture. Ça rentre pas dans le 70-200 ta voiture. À Orly, détendez-vous. Ah, il paraît qu'il ramène des pizzas pour tout le monde. Il s'arrête chez Domino's Pizza, il lui ramène des pizzas.
Non, McDo.
Ouais, avec Diet Coke.
Ouais.
Putain. Au moins dans le cas.
T'as vu la photo?
Complètement dingue. Il est siphonné un peu, hein. Mais ça va, c'est le chef du monde. Aucune inquiétude.
C'est le boss.
Ouais, c'est ce qu'il a dit hier à l'entrée du... En arrivant en réunion du G7. I'm the boss. Assieds-toi déjà. Mais il est grand, hein. Il est massif, le pote. Hein.
Pas envie de t'embrouiller avec, hein.
Non. Ah bah, il y a son coiffeur.
Ah, ok.
Ah, t'as vu la veste qu'il porte, le gars? Il est serré. Putain, lui, avec une veste comme ça, nous, on croit qu'on a chaud. Il est en train de crever. C'est quoi sa lumière gonflable qu'il a, lui?
Mais c'est moins grand.
C'est quoi la caméra?
C'est moins grand.
Oui, oui, je me doute. C'est pas pour faire un selfie, mais...
C'est hyper pratique.
Ouais, ça gonfle et...
C'est bien fait, ça.
C'est à 50 francs. Je ne peux pas, mais je sais que vous en aurez.
Ouais, l'autre, elle t'éclaire pas encore. Mais celle-ci, elle éclaire encore.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Demain, tu fais maudit
Non. Non, demain, j'ai un portrait et je rentre me coucher.
Ouais.
Ouais. Ouais, mais tu sais, au salon... Hein.
Non, mais il a une conférence de toute façon qui est pas cool.
Ouais.
C'est la déambulation sur poulet. Il a une parole qui est pas cool.
Ouais, tu sais, tu te mets de haut et c'est pas grave.
Mais maudit, je l'ai fait pas mal de fois. Avant de prendre une photo, faut y aller quand même.
Ah ouais?
Ah ouais, je pense pas. De maudit? Oui, à l'Élysée, mais sur le moment. Mais en archive, tu n'avais pas. Et au sommet de l'IA aussi, mais pareil. Pas ouf. « 20 minutes, tu penses? Elle va pas vite, la piste, hein. Sortir de la voiture, oui. Mais pour votre panneau, il reste toujours 1 ou 2 minutes dans la voiture et tu le vois bien à travers la vitre. Mais il faut que tu sois bien ouvert. Et genre à 5-6.
Ça marchera pas. Non.
Parce que sinon, si t'es à 2,8, ça fait vraiment ça. La vitre, elle est comme ça. En plus, ça prend la vitre. Et même à 5-6, je vais te montrer ce que j'ai fait au G7. Mais quand il sort de sa caisse, a priori, bah, tu vas voir, il était de l'autre côté en voiture. Après, je sais pas si c'est la même voiture, mais ça fait quand même des images quand il est dans... Ça c'est à Genève, à Évian.
Ah d'accord.
Et du coup, mais il était du coup de ce côté-là. Du coup, il est de l'autre côté.
C'est avec un flash que vous avez là.
Non, non, même pas. Avant, on faisait ça au flash en se collant. Mais non, là, la voiture, elle est claire.
Ah bon?
Ouais.
C'est plus de l'ultra foncé?
Non, pas sur lui. Et il se remet son brushing à la con. Hein.
C'est que je sais pas si c'est il arrête, tu vois, le panneau, est-ce que c'est que je suis un peu juste, même si t'es assis, Michel avec son objectif, tu vois.
Parce que justement, il y a une zone de...
Merci pour le...
Ouais, il y a une zone...
Il y a hyper photo, hein. C'est passé de navette. Rocher, nickel.
T'as la vidéo là? Il est suivi par qui?
Non, non, il est dans son avion. Comment?
Oh les relous.
Alors, c'est bon. Ah bah oui, dès que je peux, je prends.
Le cœur, ça m'efficace. On parle, il est toujours pas sorti. Il a invité Nicolas Hulot et Gérard Darmon. Alors, Jeff Bezos qui sort. Ouais, il est vrai, finalement. Je sais pas combien. Il aime chercher le chariot. Bah oui. Je peux même le faire sur le micro. Voilà, donnez-moi un VR, je casse le VR. Ah ouais, c'est beaucoup. On commence à fatiguer. Bah, on a un petit peu chaud là. 9h05, 1h.
Comment? Bon, ça dépend de ce que vous faites avec. Pour le mettre droit. Non, mais ça dépend de ce que vous faites avec. C'est le ça peut encore marcher. Oui, non, c'est ça qui est terrible.
C'est brodé. Forcément, des fois, tu sors le poignet. C'est logique. Oui, voilà. C'est mec.
Plus longtemps, quoi.
Une illustration.
Le soleil, il est bon, là.
Il partit. Lui, il met son doigt.
Quel relou.
2 minutes. Ah, voilà. Donc il était en bas de l'escalier, il était au petit décalage. Ça se trouve, il va arriver dans le premier. D'abord, il va parler.
Ah ouais, là,
Second Nathan is going to Ça va être amazing, je crois. C'est quand même... Il n'y a pas un acte. Ça, oui, dès qu'on est fini, on est tous heureux. C'est mort. T'as un petit capture, ouais. Et si tu réfléchis, c'est pas con. C'est pas bête. Oui, moi j'ai pas mangé, il y aura qu'une heure.
On remet les casques.
Prendre le 308. Voilà, BHV, YOLO, chimie. Et Gonzalo, je t'avais dit qu'au 100-400 il y aurait du jus.
Ah, je suis bien là.
6004, hydrocarbures.
Oui, c'est un mort qui s'est blessé. Ah oui, oui, oui. Moi aussi, c'est lui qui a fait la patte. Bah oui, oui, voilà, voilà, c'est ça. Je pense. Ouais. Ils sont partis. Ok. D'accord. On va regarder combien il y a de décalage. On regarde par rapport à... Là maintenant je relis. Ouais, ça y est, regarde. Là, ouais, tu parles. Il y a une minute par rapport à... Le filtrage. Ils ont fait des voix par Amazing. Voilà. Moi, j'ai pas suivi le cours. Allez, c'est qui part. Allez, 20 minutes. Alors, on a 20 minutes. 20 minutes. J'ai suivi le cortège, on m'a pas fait chier. Ce qu'on a fait avec les cortèges,
de Genève.
Avec les motards.
J'ai besoin de ce soir.
C'est pas gagné. Hein?
J'ai besoin de pour dire.
Ouais, mais là, je vais pas y aller là.
Non, pour dire à mes amis, c'était mon ami Nathan, regarde, je suis élève.
Non, moi je suis au téléphone. Donc je bouge. J'en ai deux.
Ok.
C'est un live et... Voilà, c'est bon, ça en place.
Il n'y a pas aussi chercher où est le
Donc ce sera au prochain président.
Oui. C'est pas ça proprement ça. Non, non, c'est pas ça. Lui, il est au Touquet et à Amiens.
Son positionnement. Ah oui.
On va pas voir grand chose.
On peut regarder comme ça. Le plus important, c'est tout.
C'est tout.
J'ai pris déjà l'eau.
Sa conférence de presse. Attends, je vais regarder le presse info. Let's do it, baby.
C'est en image.
Ben oui. Non, tu vas pas le prendre pour un repère.
Notre Indien, tu vois, il arrive, tu vois, on a
Oh, ça va.
ils sont une fausse 3.
Ils n'ont pas de feu rouge. Hein,
Ils ont pas de feu rouge.
Könnte sein. Echt gewesen, haben Sie gesehen?
Oui, c'est pour régler un peu le... Pardon, pour changer un peu...
Ah oui, tu prends le roi direct.
Ouais. Et un gros plan, après je retourne au château.
Ja, aber das ist aber der scheiß Monitor. Wahnsinnig dran. So rein. Und? Und? Das kann haltbar.
Ça permet...
Der ist gut. Soll ich einen kürzeren versuchen? Probier es, aber den fand ich eigentlich schon echt. Wie du magst. Du bist der Boss. Der ist ein bisschen lang. Aber... Aber ich muss dann erst überlegen. Ich finde ihn gut. Überleg dir mal 2 Minuten, ich schicke es an dich. Ich muss aufs Standby für den Antrieb. Ja? So rein. Ich fand den mega. Ein bisschen nach links von dir, weiter links. Geh mal einen richtigen Schritt. Bitte rein. Yes. Okay.
Donald Trump ist begeistert. Er kommt eine Führung durch den weltberühmten Spiegelsaal und das anschließende Gala-Dinner, das allerdings nur noch nüchternes Arbeitsessen genannt wird. Zum Aperitif ausgerechnet ein Streitthema. Donald Trump will nämlich 100% Zölle, weil Frankreich 3% Steuern auf amerikanische Verträge.
Ich fand den anderen ein bisschen besser.
Ich weiß nicht, ob ich bei dem ersten Zölle gesagt habe. Stimmt.
Kann beide hören. Ja.
Dann können sie beide überhin.
Ja. Der erste jetzt nochmal.
Nur hören, ob ich Zölle gesagt habe.
Warte mal. Mach mal.
Ça c'est le frontal qui est à l'intérieur. C'est pas sûr. Oui. Parce que quand tu rentres dans la...
Il y a 2 portails,
il y a pas encore
celui-là
arrivé.
plus.
Là, tu es dans la grande cour, et après, quand tu traverses le portail là-bas, c'est moi tu es dans la... Oui, tu t'as déjà dit.
Oui, mais il y a longtemps. Enfin,
oui, ils ont placé une caméra en fait. Comme ça, qui bouge pas. après il y a une autre caméra qui doit faire les gros plans, les voitures qui rentrent, le conteneur s'ouvre. C'est la vidéo.
Ah ben voilà. On fait un parcours. Ça, c'est l'arrivée imminente de ce train.
Ben, on le saura plus de
On va l'entendre.
Ça va bouger, ça va, il y aura du son.
Limite, ils vont nous.
Is it coming?
Yes,
Yeah?
but not maybe 10 minutes.
Expo sur l'indépendance américaine qu'il y a à l'intérieur.
Ça, ce sera pas pour nous.
Hi, der David aus Versailles. Ich würde gerne mal schnell auf Ende 3 2 Aussagen bis nach Ja, dann laufe ich mal, das dauert eine Minute. Und dann bleibe ich auch direkt oben, weil es kann sein, dass ich gleich Trump den Neck wieder auf. Ja, und dann fahre ich wieder runter. Ja? Super, danke dir, bis später.
Maintenant, dans 5 minutes. Ça va pas tarder. Tu veux que tu passes Ça commence à bouger là-bas.
Ist egal. Die ist voll und ich habe noch einen extra abgemacht. Jo, der David nochmal, hi. Die 2 Aufgaben sind da. Und jetzt kommen halt die Bilder, wenn er kommt. Ja, einmal kurz angucken, ist das toll. Ça se fait
c'est... 5 minutes, c'est trop. 3 minutes. Même pour moi, pour pouvoir rester. Sinon, là, c'est même pas une minute. Et qui va traverser, il sera déjà là-bas. Mais moi, il va rester un peu longtemps, peut-être 3 minutes de plus. Et puis le live. Ça ne me demande pas de rester encore. Ouais. Non, je pense pas. Je ne peux pas rester pour...
Non, c'est la première, regarde, on voit tout.
Depuis 21h15, il devait être là. 15. Ah non, maintenant dans 5 minutes. Non, il devait être là. Hein.
Quelques minutes.
Ah oui. Quelques minutes.
Quelques minutes.
Je la connais celle-là.
Déjà ça.
En vrai, c'est bâtard parce que... Ouais.
C'est la deuxième fois que je suis avec c'est un moment. Ouais, il est un peu plus lourd que les autres, mais tu vois, celui-là est petit.
Ouais.
Par rapport
Oui, c'est vrai. C'est quoi la marque?
Là, c'est la 600, là, c'est la 900.
Quoi la marque?
L'avion, oui, c'est la l'avion.
900. Pourquoi 900?
900, pour faire un peu plus durer la batterie. Et puis, qu'elle soit plus performant, en fait.
Il y a un coucher de soleil.
Oui. Pour Trump. Il a tout, lui, hein, ce mec.
Il arrive au bon moment.
Ouais.
Il n'y a plus de soleil.
Ouais.
De l'autre côté, à peu pareil, je pense que c'est blindé. C'est étrangement plus agréable sans soleil.
C'est pas mieux qu'ils mettent du temps comme ça.
On a reçu toute la vitamine D pour le Noël. On n'est pas en...
Vous avez pensé tout.
On n'est pas en carence.
De quoi nourrir toute l'antenne. Il y aura même un peu d'activité. Je pense que ça va bien.
Ah oui?
Ce sont ceux de l'intérieur qui vont faire le feu d'activité.
Bon, c'est le minimum, quoi.
Ils en font tous les samedis déjà à la base, en été. Là, ça a déjà commencé dans 3 semaines.
Il est énorme.
Ah ouais.
Elke? Elke, ist das ausgemacht, das Mikro? Ist das ausgemacht? Das Mikro. It's fine.
Also, I see them once a month for dinner. Oh, you haven't changed, no gray hair? Or are you coloring it? You are, It's something. younger than you are. How was it with Macron and Trump? Yeah. And then could he walk or I think
Comment reste dans les 21
Nice. Leon. Not often. I'm not really in the office. You know that I left the office? Me? Oh, you? Yeah. And Ollie, because he's my best mate. Nothing. But I think he's fine. I think he's still 1 year.
Yes. Bon, ok, ça s'annonce. Ça s'annonce.
Okay.
Fais attention.
Merci.
I think Macron is already there.
I think so, but there are more coming now.
Yeah.
Ah ouais, c'est la délai.
Maybe.
Alors, c'est juste bien.
Je peux filmer depuis ça. Comme ça, je te filme aussi. Je vais faire les deux. Comme ça, tu as une meilleure qualité comme moi.
Vas-y, tu filmes un peu sur les gens. Bon, ça arrive.
Dass ich es nicht ziehen muss mit zwei Händen.
Ah, c'est plus enfoncé que... Ah, c'est les deux.
Non, non, non.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Why are you willing to trust Iran this time around? Please, Mr. President.
Mr. Trump,
Mr.
please.
President.
Mr. Trump.
Mr. President.
Stop.
Mr. President.
Mr. Trump.
Mr. Trump.
Mr. Trump, please. President Trump.
S'il vous plaît.
Yes, yes, yes.
Perfect.
Yeah. President Trump. President Trump.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
Perfect.
La Belgique.
Ouais. President Trump, you're going to support Ukraine now?
Yeah.
Par ici, par ici.
President Trump.
President Trump.
One look this way, please. President Trump.
Hey guys. Mr. President.
President Trump, please.
President Trump.
Ah oui, oui. Non.
C'est la tête d'un match en bleu. Moi je retiens que c'est quand même Trump qui a donné la photo. En fait, c'est quand même inédit que c'est Trump qui nous donne la photo. Vous me levez les caméras? Non, non, non. 3 quarts d'heure.
Bien, t'en as encore là-bas?
Non, j'essaye de attention. Oui. Non, non, je l'attendrai maintenant. Comment? minutes encore. Ouais. C'est bon. Moi aussi. Mais en fait, ils l'ont dit. Ils l'ont dit.